Hello everybody. Today Thor is joining us. Thor the cat. He's pitch black, so he's very difficult to see, but you can probably see him silhouetted here behind my hand. Thor has decided to start yelling through the gate at Gumpy, the cat that I'm fostering right now. He decided to start doing that in this very moment when I was gonna stream. Yeah? Alright. Let us get started. Is the stream live, by the way? Is everything working? Because I got some mixed signals from YouTube. Although now it looks like it should be fine. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Had some lag, but it seems good now. That's good. I hope the lag doesn't continue, because the last stream there was some lag by the end of the stream for some reason. Hopefully that's not going to become a commonplace thing. Maybe it was because the I like had my stream unpaused in YouTube Studio. Maybe that was the reason. I'm not sure. Just let me know if it goes bad. Let me know if it starts lagging, if it becomes uncontrollably difficult to watch. Wait, that should be showing. There we go. I hope Freya finds some bugs. Is that like the oldest Hollow Knight joke there is? Or okay. Why can't you multiply vectors? Good question. And I have done a talk answering that exact question. Go to youtube.com/@acegikmo, I think. There we go. Thanks for the opportunity to plug my video. Okay, so today I was thinking I was gonna do the Savage Beastfly. I guess specifically Savage Beastfly 2. So, trying to remember exactly where I'm at here. I do have the Weave Light. I don't have the Steady Body, but that's actually in the same area, so maybe I'll go grab that when I'm gonna do the Savage Beastfly. There's also... there's also the fact that I don't have the quest yet to do Savage Beastfly, but I believe it's in Bellhart, because I was looking at in Bone Bottom last time, and so it's not there actually. So it's in Bellhart. Because I looked it up, because I forgot that it was in Bellhart. I feel like it should be in Bone Bottom, just like based off of location, but I would argue you can multiply vectors in many ways. Well, did you see my talk on this very topic? Because that's kind of the first thing I do in that talk is talk about how the most common response is going to be, but you can multiply vectors. It's called the cross product and the dot product. I should not run out here. I was going to go to Bellhart. Oh, before I do that, if you're new to my streams here playing Silksong, I have been making a tiny mod for Silksong. So the thing that I have in my mod is that I removed the freeze frame for parries. So when I parry something... Oh my god, can you just go away? So when an enemy does an attack and you hit their attack like this, or, well, do the attack where we can see it. There we go, that one. So normally there's a freeze frame when you parry an attack. But now there's no freeze frame anymore. Look at that. That's my tiny mod. Because it made it difficult to like time multiple parries in a row, so I just wanted to try removing it to see what it would be like. And I think that's kind of nice. I like this. The other change that I made in my mod was that there's this kind of annoying thing in Hollow Knight where well, yeah, it is in the first Hollow Knight as well, in many places, but like, there's many cases in Hollow Knight where you're holding a button and you're expecting to enter a specific state. In the first Hollow Knight, this was an issue with healing. In Silksong, this is an issue with the cloak. So if you activate the cloak and then release and press the cloak again, it doesn't actually reactivate. So you'll just fall like this if you pressed cloak too early, if it's still within the window where you're not allowed to cloak. And so what I did was that I basically modded it so that it checks for the cloak button hold state and then reactivates it when you're eligible again. So you can kind of just like start holding it immediately after dropping, and then it catches again. So that was something that killed me so many times in my playthrough, and it's like one of those very like preventable things, but anyway. And so similarly in the first Hollow Knight, I had this issue with healing, where if your healing is interrupted, or if you started holding the heal button before landing, your heal never starts. And I had so many moments in the first Hollow Knight where like I thought I would start healing, or I thought I was healing, but my eyes were on the boss, and then I just ended up not healing because I pressed it like a microsecond too early before landing, or the boss did a scream and my healing got interrupted and then it doesn't resume even though I'm eligible for healing, you know? Anyway, so that was... that's my tiny mod. So many things are not bufferable. Is that actually related to input buffering? I hear people say that, but I thought input buffering was like... That was more to catch like near misses when pressing, but I feel like this is more related to button state rather than like having a timing window as an input buffer. But maybe input buffer refers to both. I guess you just wouldn't use a buffer for it. Okay. Yeah, it is a little control feel thing, and yeah, it does make a huge difference. And I think in general, like, Silksong is pretty good at this. So, like, I don't know, for example, the Needle-In. This one starts playing the moment you land, even if I start holding it midair. So, this is not how the healing worked in the first Hollow Knight. In the first Hollow Knight, you couldn't do this with healing. It just wouldn't start healing when landing. So here they do some cases like that where they do check the state of the button. Okay, right. I was gonna check the quest board. Okay, let's see. Savage Beastfly. That's the one we're gonna do. Missing brother. Sure. That's sort of on the way. We can just grab that one real quick. Do that on the way to the Beastfly. You can't neutral wall jump in Silksong while you could in Hollow Knight? Wait, what's neutral wall jump? Is that like jumping when you're not holding the direction? Because that seems to work, right? Or does it do something else in the first Hollow Knight? And yes, I do play with the analog stick. I try to get used to the... What do they call the D-pad, but it's so difficult for me to use it. And so yeah, I do use the analog stick, and I'm suffering for it. That's why I have this whole input statistics thing, because I noticed that there's quite a lot of things in Hollow Knight where I wanted to do a down right pogo, but I did a side slash instead. But interestingly enough, not vice versa. And so the boundaries here, the vertical and horizontal lines inside of this circle, that's how Hollow Knight translates from analog input to digital input. So like whenever my input is within these regions, it counts as like, this is to the right, this is to the bottom left, this is to the left, and so forth. And yeah, so I've been tossing in my little widget here to like visualize the to visualize all of these inputs. And what's especially interesting now is that I'm using the PlayStation 3 controller, which is probably the controller I'm least comfortable with, because the analog stick is so far down. And I think this slant is because of the fact that I'm using the PlayStation 3 controller. I actually did use the Xbox controller last stream, so I can actually enable that overlay. So if I do the Xbox inputs, there you go. So that green one, the green histogram there, that's when I'm using the Xbox controller. And it's really fascinating to me that like, it's so clearly like rotated, right? Like the Xbox controller one looks pretty good. Like that's pretty aligned. Like right is almost perfectly to the right. Left is pretty much perfectly to the left. But yeah, then the PlayStation one is like rotated and like offset upwards, like from the sides. It's wonky. Yeah, and I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure if that's because I'm not used to the PlayStation controller. One thing that I would be super curious about, if I could get someone who pretty much exclusively uses the PlayStation controller, who's like super used to the PlayStation controller, I would love to see the statistics for someone who does that. Like, because basically what I'm wondering is this offset almost universal, or is this because I'm used to the analog stick being further up and forward on the controller? That's the thing I'm curious about, but I don't really know anyone who uses the PlayStation controller almost exclusively. So, I do use PlayStation layouts preferentially, but my directions are rotated. As in, you rotate the analog stick input in the like firmware or like Steam settings, or because I noticed that there is a setting for that as well. Wait, are they? Oh yeah, they just go down again. Ow! Contact damage. I don't know how to deal with contact damage. Because I think they're... Let's see, the courier is in... I forget. I think in Sinner's Road, right? So this should be pointing upwards. Yeah. I mean, my thumb pushes the stick right and down. What I mean to push right? Right. Yeah, that's kind of... Wait. Oh, that's kind of the opposite of the thing that I have with the PlayStation controller. Or no, wait. It's kind of similar, just probably more extreme on your end. But so is your left straight to the left, but not your right? I feel like I should like release this as like a little widget other people can use, so that I can like toss it over to people to give me some more statistics. Okay, so this goes up, right? Yeah. What? Why is this music so Disco Elysium? It was rainy, kind of moody, and long notes. Has that vibe. I really like Greymoor. This whole place is, I don't know, it's kind of cozy. And the enemies are kind of fun. I like the designs of them. They're not too difficult either. They're great. It is Sinner's Road, right? Okay, no, not you. Yeah, okay. Okay. Right. It's not Salad who was meowing, it's Thor. He's been chill the entire day, but then he was like, oh my god, Freya's streaming. This is my moment. Oh wait, it is in here. Okay. Oh, I hit those. Damn. Scammerable. How's Thor doing these days? He's doing pretty alright. I am fostering a cat right now though, and he's a little bit upset about that. So I kind of have my apartment divided into two right now, which is not ideal. So sometimes he's upset standing by the gate, staring at Gumpy. And then he starts getting loud. Meowie. Guess I should pick up this quest as well. I do think that the I feel like there's more looting quests than I remember, or than I remembered from my first playthrough. I think you get that here, right? Yeah. I still don't quite know how I feel about these quests of like kill 10 things or kill 25 whatevers. Because like I've always felt like Hollow Knight as a game series has felt like a game series that's kind of like above that. But that's kind of like pretty judgmental, and it's like, I don't know, if you need an excuse to do some more stuff in the game, it's not like bad that you have more stuff to do. I guess the one thing that's a little bit weird with it is that like you kind of have to do it to do the true ending. I think that's, if anything, is the weirdest part. If they were like fully optional, I think I would be more fine with it. Okay, do I bench here? I super don't need to bench. So I'm just not gonna... let's see. Down here. Keep that. Okay, got the courier back. Now we're gonna go to Savage Beastfly, I believe. Okay. Oh yeah, yes. I made the widget. Lucy was asking in chat. The widget is made with Unity, and then it's running separate to Silksong, so the widget is just an overlay in OBS. So it's kind of reading from Unity to put the overlay there. And I'm using a Unity plugin called Unity Capture, which basically just sends your game view to OBS. Or rather, it makes your game view a webcam, so you can like use that as a source. Wait, I was gonna bench, I wasn't gonna do that. Can you tell your cats apart by their meow? Usually, yeah. There's certain meows that are difficult to tell apart if they're like really short, and certain meows are a bit more similar. But generally I can tell them apart, yeah. Ow! These bells, they always find a way to hit you. No. How did my second attack not go through there? It's very intriguing. Wait, what's intriguing? Let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna go down. Yeah, I'm gonna go down to the right because I think I just straight up forgot to get a charm that I really like using. And I believe it's just in the first area here to the right. Oh my god. Right? Maybe? Yeah, here. Oh my god. That wall cling. I was just going at it. Wait, is this Pilby? Neat. I feel like I I never really finished the Pilby questline, or rather, I didn't even know that there was a Pilby questline. The Pilby would like move to many different places. What's the benefit of the webcam way over just window capture with transparency? Well, I guess it's transparency is the key part there. I don't know if you can like run Unity and read transparency off of the game view. Like, yeah, I don't think you get the alpha channel that way. So I think that's, I would guess that that's why it requires a plugin. Pilby.
Buenera.
I really like Pilby. Do you meet Pilby again after this? Or is this the last time you meet Pilby? Yeah, this one. You probably have to chroma key out the background in OBS. Yeah, that's the thing that's not very nice. I don't want a chroma key. I want to get like actual alpha channels. So that way I can just use whatever colors I want, which is kind of nice. Okay, do we get the memory lock yet? You know what? I'm probably gonna die to the Savage Beastfly, so I might as well spend my money. You know what? Let's just get the rosary string as well. For Silken Soul, the Hooker Spines and Crop Belts are the only collect hunt X enemies required. Right. But you don't know that as a player, though. So, like, even though they're not technically required, there's nothing in the game that tells you that they're not, right? And so you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Oh, so the statistics around the widget. The green one is the Xbox controller. The, actually, we don't really need to look at the green one anymore. You can just disable that. Here we go. Then there's kind of two lines here. The one that's fully filled in, or rather the faint one that's a little bit transparent. That one is my attempted inputs. In other words, when I try to attack in a certain direction, it collects every single button press. The one that's opaque and a little bit brighter, that one collects the actual attacks that I do in-game. Like when the attack goes off, that's when it registers an input for that graph. So it's kind of like, it's the difference between attempted attempts and actual attacks, pretty much. Yeah, I want to try my parry thing on this. Hopefully I won't die. Hell yeah. What? Okay, I guess we're gonna bench. Ready for Savage Beastfly. The widget is my own, so it's not in the game. There we go. I think I'm probably gonna have this equipped like forever, so put that in the middle. Okay. Is there anything else I want? Maybe Druid's Eye could be useful here. But Weave Light is also useful. I'm gonna try just using Weave Light. Okay, I'm gonna do Savage Beastfly. This boss in my first playthrough was probably the second most difficult boss in my entire playthrough. I think this was the one I did the most attempts at. I think the only boss that was harder than this one was the true ending final boss. But this boss it took ages, so we'll see how this goes. Maybe it's gonna be impossible this time as well, but usually things have gone way better the second time around in this playthrough. So hopefully it's not gonna be a disaster. Okay. Okay, so what do I have? I have... OBS is an option on game capture sources to allow transparency, but then the question is like, does Unity, the Unity editor, does that output transparency in the game view itself? Like when you're running the editor? And I think the answer is no, but I haven't checked. I could double check at some point, but yeah. Alright, Savage Beastfly. Famously one of the most hated bosses in this game for a good reason. No. Not the timing. Not the moment to heal. Okay. That was the practice run. Who would hate this cute chunk? The person getting killed by it over and over. I mean, it is cute, but, you know. If it could only be slightly less savage, you know? Nope! No, no, no. Nope. I thought it would die from that attack. Oh my god. I needed more silk to heal there. Maybe I do need to use the silk heart. Or the druid's eye. No! Oh my god, the way it's so hard to predict when it's gonna float vertically while charging. Sometimes it feels like it doesn't float vertically at all. Sometimes it feels like it just drifts super far while charging. I think that the thing about this boss that makes it so frustrating is that it's like really inconsistent. It's like it's got like random variance on every single action it does. Okay, so that one floated upwards. I thought I was fine the first few moments there. No! Oh. That was stupid. That was just stupid. It was stupid. I can do better than that. drift directly into meter. No. No, why did it go off screen all of a sudden? Okay, there's a little bit too many ads right now. Those are gonna really, you know, kill me. I think when I did this during my first playthrough, I had a few more masks, because this was like a really late game for me. Nope, that was dumb. No, it drifted upwards. It squeezed me. Oh, Lord. I had like aspirations that maybe I'm gonna beat them pretty quickly, and then I can try doing like the cursed ending or something, but I think Savage Beastfly had different plans. That was lucky. I did not know I got a stun. Or that I would get a stun. Oh god, the double jump is actually throwing me off a little bit. My intuition sort of expects there to just be the cloak, because I'm not 100% used to the double jump yet. No! Okay, it's fine. It's okay. No. Ah, god damn it. The double damage. The double damage. The double damage is so rough. Okay. Magma Bell. You know what? I'm not really getting hit. I'm not falling down into lava, and I'm not really getting hit by the ads doing the fire attacks. I haven't actually made use of this one. So then the question is, do I use Fractured Mask or Weave Light? Probably Fractured Mask, I think. Because I don't have that many masks anyway. Fascinating to see a Master Shader struggling with what I already finished. I'm gonna use Cogflies and Poison to help me out. Yeah, I don't know. So I used a bunch of tools for some bosses. Whenever I was like struggling with something, I used like the threefold pin and the poison. But for this boss, I didn't do that because it's kind of hard to hit it consistently anyway. Yeah, this boss took me so long the first time around. I guess it's gonna take me quite a while this time as well. But... Okay, I'm already almost dead. Good job. Holy shit, that was a down dash. Oh my god. No! Oh my god, okay, I blame the PlayStation controller. was terrifying. Do not down dash directly into lava. Oh, okay. Drift into me, like while you're figuring out where to go. That's fine. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, go left instead of anywhere else. Just drift directly into me. That's okay. Makes it a little bit more exciting to like get a challenge. Oh my god. I got all the drawbacks of doing that and none of the benefits. Don't drift into me. Thank you. No! No, 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 no! Multiple bad decisions. Oh, you get iframes there? That's actually really nice. Making heavy use of those now. No, 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 no. Oh my god, now you have like super fast vertical movement all of a sudden. Don't. I don't know the magma bell. That's what I get for not equipping the magma bell. When I miss those pogos, oh my god, that's always so rough. I pressed parry. I tried to parry. I don't think I had enough silk, so I think I just got deleted. The squiggly line is the statistics for my attacks. So it's kind of like showing the statistical, the histogram for my directional input when I press attack. I'm gonna heal. That's a good heal moment. Oh. I missed. I'm just gonna heal up here. Oh, he'll go directly into the boss. No. Okay, it's getting a little spicy. I don't want this many enemies. No, 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 no. You spawn another one? You spawned another one? Really? Really? I don't know how much health this boss has. The game doesn't really tell you health numbers. I guess my nail... is this nail 1 or nail 2? I think it's nail 1. So I have 1 nail upgrade right now. I really need to deal with the ants the moment they appear. It's way too dangerous to do anything else. Oh my god, I'm lucky to get it all the way up here. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Neat. Yeah, getting it like stuck up towards the ceiling is that if they get staggered, I can do down pogos really quickly because you hit the ceiling and you can just like keep on slashing super quickly. That's nice. Although it is very dangerous to be up there. So like if it's charging at you, you can't like... I guess you could down dash, but I never have like... I could never down dash like on a whim. Only by accident. Neat. How close are you to beat the game? Pretty far. At least if I'm doing true ending. So this is... I'm kind of wrapping up the Act 2. But there is an Act 3 as well. So... yeah, I've almost gotten to the kind of standard ending last boss. There's this one area where I kind of forgot to pick up a thing, so I need to pick that up. And then there's one boss before that, and then there's the canonical sort of last boss. But then you can unlock another act of the game for the true ending. So I'm basically 2 bosses away if I'm gonna go directly to that. Okay, which I guess could be the next thing, because that didn't take as long as I thought it would. I should definitely collect the reward for that, though. Wait, you know what? You know what? We don't even need to fast travel for this. Movement is fast in this game. Oh wait! There's one more thing I want from this place. It's actually the same area, so I don't want to miss that. Wrong. Wait, what's in here? Oh, shards. Oh, shards. Oh, for context, I've beaten the game once before, so this is my second playthrough. Okay. Should I have benched? Maybe. Will I bench? No. Jumped over my attack. Extremely rude. Oh, I never even opened that path? Okay. Sure. Oh yeah, there's another thing here too. That I should definitely bench for though. Is there a bench in here? I think there's a bench in here. Yeah, okay, good. Good. So here, you get an item that gives you faster movement speed. Which is kind of neat. So I wanted to pick that up. But then there's also a pretty late game combat arena here. Actually, that's bothering me. Just destroy this. Is the light following character just for visibility part of the story? That's just for aesthetics. Like, it's not a story thing. It's just the way that they like doing their lighting. I think there's even a term for it. I think it's just called the character lights, if I'm not mistaken. Dark Souls also has a character light. But it does have a few like other things that you might not immediately think of. So one of the things that the character light does in Silksong and in the first Hollow Knight is that it separates the foreground that you can collide with from the background. So if you look above me here, you can see that the trees are kind of like, or the leaves, it's kind of hard to tell which one is foreground and which one is background. But with the character light, you can see that the light is always covering the background, but it never covers the foreground. So it's kind of just lighting up the foreground, but the background gets washed out. And so it basically helps you see what you can stand on and what you can't stand on. It's not the best room to show that as an example, but yeah, it like helps you separate the character from the background. Which can like kind of make the entire scene look washed out if you do that everywhere all the time. So it's kind of nice to have it localized to just the player so that you're not like washing out the aesthetics of everything. Have you done that run with the silk speed anklets equipped? I did during my first playthrough. I haven't done it this playthrough. Okay, gauntlet time. This one was a pain the first time I did it. I think I'm gonna be pretty good at it now. I think I have enough experience to not go insane doing this gauntlet. With all the big skulls along the walls, I thought this area would have like bigger story significance when I played it. No. Come on. Can I please be on screen? Goodness. Wait, already? I thought there was going to be more combat before this section. Not good. Not good. I am a little bit behind. Okay, we're good. We're good. Neat. We did it. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, speaking of the character light, So usually the character light will highlight breakable walls because the light will show cracks. If you look on the right, like the cracks aren't very visible when you're standing here, right? But when you're standing here, you can see the light like showing the cracks, right? To the right. But this place is like the only place that really looks like a breakable wall, but isn't a breakable wall. It's just this weird like cracked skull teeth kind of looking thing. There's a pretty good example. Like, if you look at, on the right here, it's not entirely easy to tell what's foreground and background. But the moment I walk to the right, it's very obvious. Like, oh, the dark parts, that's the foreground. And then it brightens the background and washes it out. It's good to have some kind of separation between your platforms and what's got colliders and what you can run into and what's part of the background and foreground. It's usually good to make sure that that's clearly readable. This area is pretty readable in general, so it's not super necessary here. But there are some areas, especially in the first Hollow Knight, where the light is making a huge difference. I actually kind of need to heal. Do I have something I can whack? Just for... oh yeah, that one. But I'm falling, so that's too late. Okay. No! Damn it. I know there's nothing here. A bench. Alright. I guess we should actually... I guess I'm gonna start unlocking the final boss. I think there's one boss before the final boss. And there's an achievement for beating the game while cursed. And so I think I want to try to get that achievement today. Which means... the easiest way to do that is to make sure that I can access the final boss, then get cursed, and then try to do the final boss. So that's the plan. So we're gonna unlock the final boss first. I've only got one boss fight between then and now, or now and then, which is Lace. So it's gonna be Lace 2, I believe. There's also one of the melodies that I haven't unlocked yet, but I think I just need to go pick it up. I've done the boss fight and everything for that. Oh, here's something that I was noticing. So the Bell Beast has this like animation where it does these little stompies. That thing. It's adorable. I love it. It's really cute. But it's a little bit annoying that like this is a very natural point to like stop playing for a bit to, I don't know, if you have to check your phone or you need to start making food or like you need to do something else, right? And this is a very loud thing that keeps on happening if you're just standing idling in this place. And it's kind of annoying that this idle location is so loud. And so I kind of wish the stompies were not on loop. I kind of wish we would like do it once maybe and then nap or something. Because when it's napping, it's very quiet and calm. There was kind of a similar thing in the first Hollow Knight when you got the Salubrious Charm, where like or Salubrious Blessing, like the moment you get that, you cannot sit on a bench in silence anymore and just listen to the environment, because then Salubrious Blessing keeps on happening around you. Although I did see in the patch notes that they're actually going to fix that for for the first Hollow Knight, which is huge to me. First ring. How are the cats? They're pretty good. There's Toast is behind me. He's cleaning. Silver should go away once the soul reaches max. Yeah, exactly. Because like, It's like, this is such an atmospheric game series. Wait, why did I go up here? It's actually the longer way around. Like, it's such an atmospheric game, and it's kind of sad that once you get Salubrious Blessing, you can't just like take in the atmosphere on its own. So it's kind of nice that they're doing exactly that. They're making Salubrious Blessing go away once you reach max health, which is the way that it works in Silksong as well. So if anything, they're just like making it line up better with this game. Okay. Phase tanking. All-time proven strategy. Yeah, or wait. Yeah, okay, underworks is down. Oh my god. I am incompetent. I don't know how to climb. Okay, so it's down here somewhere is the melody. Kind of forget the exact way to get there. So I'm just gonna head in that general direction and hope for the best. Oh my god. Okay, down here, I guess. But it's blocked. Okay. Wait, do you have to go through the underworks and go up here? I guess, or maybe down here. I should try to go for the speedrun achievement sometime. Speedrun achievement seems really fun. I'm considering doing that after this playthrough. Okay. You have to go through the underworks? Okay. Then I shall do that. So it's either... I'm guessing you can do it from both directions. I should have just used the path from the Grand Bellway. Why did I not use that? Why do I not have the Bywater map yet? That enemy right there, most dangerous enemy in all of Arloon for me. Little flying rats. Good lord. No, really? Why do you have to have ceiling things there? I can't look at the map. I wanted to look at the map. Okay, there we go. Oh, this still... Okay, up left here still counts as in the vaults. Okay. Wait, can you even go left down here? Because this takes you directly to Bywater. Can you get to the underworks? We shall see. We'll see what happens. Worst case, we're gonna end up in Bywater. And that's not too bad. Okay, so there is some kind of path here. Oh. Does it not get us anywhere? Still haven't ended up in Bilewater. Well, I'm in Bilewater, the region, but not the liquid. Yeah, I love the music in this place. It's honestly like, it's such a redeeming factor. Okay, well if I'm gonna do the cursed quest, I do need to pick up the tiny screaming little baby here. I haven't gotten the cursed ending. I have seen it though. But I've never done it myself. Hey, you get cursed when you hand this baby over, I think, right? It's only Bilewater from the Groal Runback region of Arloom. True, yeah. Yeah, I really didn't mind Bilewater, but like I feel like Putrefied Ducts is actually way worse than Bilewater, because Putrefied Ducts has those like super annoying flying enemies that can predict the future and know exactly where to shoot to hit you, and they always know where to go to dodge you, and they're like the most annoying flying things ever. And then there's those tongues, and you keep forgetting where they are. Good lord. Yeah, those to me, those are the primal aspects of this game. The like big craw things tossing the trifold pins or whatever. Those look like the primal aspects of this game, but spiritually they're not. It's actually the weird Bilewater things, or Putrefied Ducts ones. Okay, I can't help but notice we are, in fact, not in the underworks. Ducts felt like all the ideas for Bilewater we cut. Yeah, the ducts are kind of strange. Like, I feel like the area is pretty empty. Like, I don't know, in like kind of a weird way, not in like an interesting way. Huh. I remember someone said that this is like the only Bilewater without maggots. But now there's maggots here. Is that because the organ isn't playing anymore? Was it empty because there was steam coming off of the organ? It's kind of a neat detail. Yeah, because I feel like Putrefied Ducts, do they have 3 enemies? There's the barnacles, there's the flying spitter things, and then there's the big mouth sliding across the floor things. Is there anything else that's like unique to that area? Okay, I really want a map for this place. But I should also bench before I make some stupid mistakes. There should be a map in this direction, I think. Oh yeah, here it is. Hell yeah. Okay. Chakra. Let's go. I forget how far up chakra is. I have a feeling I'm going too high right now. Yeah, okay, cool. Did you kill all of these people, Chakra? Is this like... Or were they here, like, before you got here?
Has been? Va, va.
I really like that Chakra just hates the Citadel and just avoids it entirely. I don't know, I just think it's kind of a neat thing. It adds character. It makes you feel like Chakra makes her own decisions. Oh my god, the screaming blood. Because it would have been easy to be like, oh well, you know, Chakra's the map lead, so she should be everywhere. But no, she's got some opinions of her own. One of them being that the Citadel sucks. I mentioned it before, but I think one of the most defining things about Hollow Knight, especially the first Hollow Knight, to me, is that it's so full of character. Like, not just like characters, but like character. Because it's got so much personality around like every corner, and the vibe and the way they talk and like the way they behave, and it's just a very charming world. Why am I climbing here? I'm just like on autoplay right now. I don't really need to go here. I mean, I guess I could if I wanted to Groal. Was there a mask shard here? How am I doing on mask shards? Oh, just one. Okay. Well, that was a big swingy thing. I thought it would be a short range shenanigan. Chakra's missing out on hella free rosaries? True. Quick sling! I think that throws more tools when you throw tools? But I don't use tools, so... Oh, one thing that I do kind of miss about the first Hollow Knight is that, like, when you pick up an item, it's not immediately obvious if it's a charm. Like, when you pick up an item, like almost whatever you pick up, it could be a charm or it could be a quest item. The only, like, these have a, like, definitive theme to them, so these you can obviously tell, and also you don't really pick them up, you kind of like acquire them with like a cutscene. And I kind of miss that from the first Hollow Knight, because in the first Hollow Knight, the moment you pick up a charm, you can immediately tell that it's a charm. But here it's kind of like there's no identifying theme across all the charms, and so you don't really have that same like strong connection there. And I think that's a bit of a shame, because I've seen a few streamers play where, like, I don't know, when you pick up a charm in the first Hollow Knight, it's like always an exciting thing. You're like, holy shit, a new passive thing that I can just equip that changes the gameplay. Awesome. But in Silksong, I've seen a few people kind of like pick up items and then just not checking what they are. Because chances are it could just be a quest item or whatever else, right? There's no way to tell from the like on-screen pickup. And I think the like unified look of all of the charms in Hollow Knight 1 really solidified the like what you just picked up, right? Oh god, this place. Is there any way to get past this place without getting hit? Okay, maybe just like sprint as much as you can. Or like hop up as high as you can. Ooh. Nope. Oh, you know what? Kinda needed that heal. Wrong direction. It'd be nice if they showed the red, blue, yellow symbol when picked up an item. Yeah, that would help distinguish. That's true. Oh my god. No! I need to get rid of the maggot thing. I can't hit these enemies. Oh my god. Come on. What, hit the ceiling? So close to death. I don't want to be close to death. Yeah, the tissue paper ones do respawn, but they're like slightly too high, and then I take contact damage because I have to jump to hit them. I don't understand why these deal contact damage. These look like the softest, flimsiest little rags of life. Like, why do these deal contact damage? This is the intended gameplay. You're supposed to run out, run back in, kill these tiny little tents over and over. Okay, one more, and then I have a bit of a buffer. Alright, there's nothing more up here, right? There's the trap thing, but that doesn't lead anywhere, not anymore, anywhere, anywhere? And this is, those are the plan. Okay, okay, okay. Kind of forgot what was down here. Yeah, what's down to the right? I kind of want to check down to the right, but guessing there's nothing there. Oh my god, contact damage. Love it. Okay. I guess... Is there any point in getting the bench? No. I mean, unless I do Groal now, which I guess I could. that would make sense to do Groal. Oh my god, you started drifting down. Oh, buy water too in the DLC? I have no clue how big the DLC is gonna be. Like, cause didn't the first Hollow Knight have a DLC that was called Lifeblood? And I feel like the first Hollow Knight had very few Lifeblood things. It was like, oh, it's Joni's blessing room and a couple of charms? Or maybe there was more in that update. I wasn't around for that. Oh, this was just a memory locket? Maybe this only opens from the other side. Okay. This is why I like File Water. It's got good music, and these enemies, you can just poke at them for free silk. Because they're not like difficult the moment you get on top of them, right? So it's not like that bad of an area. I feel like it's mostly like the maggots, like if you jump into the water. But like, if you don't do that, it's kind of nice. Lifeblood DLC added White Defender, made Lifeblood cocoons give fixed amount of lifeblood. Yeah, so to me that's like a very small DLC. Because that's not like a new area or a bunch of new bosses, except for one, right? But then Godhome was a huge update, right? Kind of? It was like a ton of new bosses, if I remember correctly. I down dashed? I'm gonna have to look at the VOD on that. How the heck was that a down dash? I appreciate the horror elements in Silksong. One thing that I think is really cool about Silksong in particular is that the game is like a pretty big theme around... There's a lot of themes around faith, right? There's the whole citadel, all the pilgrims are on path to the citadel. It's their holy land and they're trying to make their way there in promise of some kind of like perfect, glorious, religious future. And one thing that I think is kind of cool about the Needlein in Silksong is that, like, to me, the Needlein actually kind of like, it feels like a type of prayer. Like the Needlein feels like you're praying for something to happen. And that's kind of how you use it in the game as well. Because, like, you don't always know whether something's gonna happen in some location, and so sometimes you're kind of like, it literally feels like you're kind of praying to, like, for something to happen, right? I think that's super cool. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of... I don't know if it was even intentional, but it feels like that to me. I don't know if I can think of any other game where, like, I sometimes do an action in hopes of something that might happen in any given area. It feels very... I don't know, it feels very unique. There's probably games with similar mechanics, but... Like, I don't know, I just think it's kind of nice. Especially because the effects of it are delayed sometimes as well, so you don't immediately see whether something's gonna happen. I think it is cool. Gambling has that mechanic? Well, aren't you praying when you're gambling? Just not the religious kind? Oh my god, are there two of you here? Oh, they just attack twice sometimes? That's not the shortcut. I thought it would be here. That's probably the next one. Maybe? Or did I miss it? No, it's here. It's an interesting variation on the dream nail. Yeah. And it took me surprisingly long to just realize that it's pretty much the same thing as the dream nail. It's just a different like mechanism of action. I do like the fact that like one of the issues in the first Hollow Knight with the dream nail is that it feels very violent. But the action that the dream nail does isn't violent. Well, in terms of privacy, you could consider it violent. But the violent nature of the way the dream nail looks in the first Hollow Knight kind of made me and my sister during her playthrough, like, we pretty much never tried using it on NPCs because it looks so violent, right? You wouldn't use it on friendly NPCs. But the Needlin, that's just playing a song. Like, that you might just play a song for NPCs because you think it's fun and then accidentally discover that stuff happens when you do, right? I think it's super cool. And with a Needlin, it's like, they're also consenting to sharing information, like the stuff they sing about, at least if they're alive, I suppose. Oh yeah, this is a shortcut. Okay. I have so many friends that kind of hate Silksong. So far, are you enjoying it? The kind of, we have to support indie games for the sake of being indie games and not caring about the content itself. What do you think? So my first playthrough, I was very frustrated with this game. And it's not really because of the difficulty. I think the difficulty is fine, but I think the problem with the game is that it's frustrating and that it doesn't give you enough of a chance to learn bosses and enemies early on in the game. Act 1 was super annoying to me. And it really tainted my first playthrough. I think I was starting to feel more fine like halfway through Act 2 or something like that. But Act 1, like, I didn't even enjoy the boss fights. The boss fights felt like a huge hurdle that was stopping me from enjoying exploration. It felt like a constant struggle to get anywhere because the bosses were so difficult, because you die so quickly. That was my huge issue. I'm a pretty clumsy player. I take so much contact damage, and the problem is that with stuff like, you know, doing 2 masks of damage for contact damage is extremely punishing for someone who is clumsy when playing, you know? But then, like, now during my second playthrough, I'm legitimately loving the boss fights. Like, it's actually super fun for me to do the boss fights now. It's no longer something that I'm like anxious about. And so, like, I think my biggest criticism with Silksong is that it feels like Silksong is designed for people who have already beaten the game. I think that's, if I were to summarize my thoughts in a YouTube clickbait title, that would be that would be it, I think. Because it is really good on a second playthrough, but on a first playthrough, it can be really rough and it can be frustrating, and it can be frustrating to the degree where like you're not actually enjoying the game. You're just frustrated, and beating bosses doesn't really feel like you did something cool or did some kind of achievement. It mostly just feels like you just feel relief, and I don't think relief is the emotion you're supposed to feel after defeating bosses. Like, I don't think it's good if you're frustrated throughout a huge part of a game. I think it's okay to have moments like that, but like frustration is generally a very negative emotion. But like struggles with difficulty and stuff like that, I think that's fine. But frustration is rarely something you want. So yeah, I don't know. I think the game has problems with some of its mechanics around health. Some of its early game balance feels really off to me. There's a lot of stuff that you can't do to mitigate like damage in the beginning of the game, and I was constantly starved for silk, constantly starved for masks, and it was just generally a pretty anxious experience. And I don't think that it's good to have players be frustrated and anxious. And you could say like maybe it's just not a game for me, but I loved Nine Souls. That was my first proper Metroidvania. Then I played the first Hollow Knight, and I loved it. It was great. This was just a few months ago, by the way. I only started playing this type of game very recently. And I loved Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight was super good. I struggled with the bosses, but in Hollow Knight, they gave you a ton of options to experiment with charms and builds, so that I could almost always find some way that I could beat whatever boss I was, fighting against. And I did manage to get 2 Radiants. I didn't beat Radiants, but I got 2 Radiants, right? So then the question is like, the question is, am I the target audience of Silksong? That's kind of that's a really, really fundamental question. Because if the answer is no, you are not the target audience of Silksong. Our target audience is people who have played Hollow Knight non-stop for 7 years. In that case, then the target audience is different, and in that case, the game would be kind of balanced for that group of people. I watched one playthrough from Fireborn, who's a very, very, very experienced Hollow Knight player. The difficulty for Fireborn in Silksong was almost perfect for him. And he's played Hollow Knight for almost 7 years or something like that. And so if the difficulty is tuned for like a speedrunner who's been obsessing over the first Hollow Knight for a long time, chances are it might be too difficult for someone who hasn't played that much. Yeah. And so I think that, yeah, the big question for me is like, who are they trying to balance the game for? Because sometimes there's trade-offs where if you balance for one group, you make the game less good for another group. It's not always the case though, and I do think that there are some things that they could have done differently that would both make the game less frustrating for beginners, and it would remain as challenging and fun for experienced players. I think some of those things revolve around like rewarding early game exploration a little bit more with masks, and probably removing some of the 2 masks contact damage. I think that is way too punishing. I think the Reaper Crest should be accessible a little earlier, I think, because the Reaper Crest is much, much, much more beginner friendly. And like move 1 mask earlier into Act 1 as well. Something like that. Yeah. I don't know. It's an interesting game in that regard, because like it is extremely fun in my second playthrough. Like, I'm legitimately like looking forward to bosses now. Like, that was not a concept in my first playthrough. I never looked forward to bosses. Bosses for me, it was always like, ah, shit, it's another boss. Another like struggle. It's gonna be even more attempts here. Like, okay, what's the run back like? I need to like use all of my money because I'm gonna die here like over and over. And it was just a very anxious experience. And like, you could say that that's the point. Like, another alternative is that, okay, it is designed for people like me, who aren't like super duper experienced in games like Hollow Knight, but you're supposed to feel frustrated and anxious. And you can sort of make that argument. You can probably find like a story reason, like, oh, Farloom is a dangerous place, and the struggle is actually a metaphor for the pilgrim's path, but for Hornet, it's about like overcoming difficult challenges, or whatever. Like, one of the most frustrating things about talking about game design and balance is that people can make up reasons like that for anything. Like, you can always come up with reasons for whatever decision any game developer takes ever. And so I think the conversation sort of has to be more centered around what is the intended target audience, and is the experience that that target audience is having with the game, is that what we want them to feel? Like for example, if you make a horror game is supposed to make you feel anxious and terrified, and people who play horror games come in with that expectation. But if you're making a game like Silksong, and maybe you make a section of the game that is absolutely terrifying, like horror game levels of terrifying, like, you're likely gonna piss off a lot of players. They're gonna feel betrayed, they're gonna feel frustrated. A bunch of them are not gonna be able to finish it because it's too scary and they didn't expect that. But then on the other end, there's something cool about the creative freedom of letting go of those things and having legitimately scary things, but you have to always weigh that with your audience. Like, are your players going to enjoy that, or are they going to hate it? There's not always like a simple answer to these things, but I think the starting point has to be, what's my target audience, and how is it playing out with that audience right now? And I would be surprised if Team Cherry would not consider someone like me as part of the core target audience. I would be surprised if that's the case. Especially because it feels like they put quite a lot of effort into making sure that this game works as a standalone game. But if someone were to ask me, can you play Silksong without playing the first Hollow Knight? It's like yes but no kind of a thing of like, you could, in terms of following the story or whatever. The stories are pretty much separate. But Silksong is really difficult, even if you finish the first Hollow Knight. So I think you should just play the first Hollow Knight, because that's going to be a much better experience for someone who's new. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's an interesting situation with Silksong, and especially because it's been anticipated for such a long time as well. And that, like, it's never nice to be a sequel, because a sequel, when you make a sequel, there's always a ton of expectations. A completely new game series, a new IP, people are gonna kind of like just take it as it is and interpret the game as it is from scratch. But a sequel will always be compared to the original, and it will be relative to the original in terms of like what people are expecting from it and how they're experiencing it, which is, it's kind of tricky because there's always going to be things that people want from it that it didn't have. There's going to be new things that people don't like about it, and like those opinions just wouldn't really exist if it wasn't a sequel, right? Yeah, it's tricky to make a sequel, but I think overall, like, it's a really good game if you like this type of game and if you have the patience to, I suppose, get good, right? But if you don't have the patience for that, you might not like Silksong, even if you liked the first Hollow Knight. And I think that's really sad. I think people who like the first Hollow Knight and were able to finish it, I think they should be part of the target audience and they should be included in in Silksong in terms of like viable target audience. And right now I feel like it's just a little bit too difficult. No, it's not even about difficulty. It's a little bit too frustrating for players who haven't finished Silksong, I guess. Oh, great. Too much yapping. That's when I fall into bile water. What are the conditions for you to spawn? Oh my god. I'm good at hitting these. I just want to get rid of the maggots. Come on, tiny bit more silk. Where are you? What, are they just gone? I still hear them. Okay, I'll just go in with maggots. Fine. It is an uphill battle, that's true. This game made me rage and slam my desk many times, but I still say I'd say I loved it. Yeah. I mean, it's sort of the same for me, but I can't say that I loved the first bit of it. That was genuinely frustrating, and I felt like the frustrations I had with the game was like, it felt unnecessary, and it was actually detracting from the rest of my experience with the game. It was difficult for me to enjoy the story stuff, the atmosphere of the game, and like the general vibe, and it was hard for me to enjoy exploration, because like all I was trying to do was like, I just need more masks, I need more silk, I just need anything a charm, anything that will increase survivability just a tiny bit, and it just made the whole experience so anxiety inducing, where like, I don't know, I just didn't have that problem in the first Hollow Knight. I wasn't like constantly anxious there. I could actually feel relaxed and take the story in. Okay, got rid of the maggots. No, I hit. I guess in a way you maybe could consider the time it takes for you to enjoy the game to be an additional non-monetary cost of the game. Yeah, I mean, I think usually what people call that is like the game doesn't respect your time. Like usually that's what I hear people say when it comes to stuff like that. Which is like, yeah. I don't know if that's the criticism I would give Silksong, but because like ideally you should be enjoying the time you spend with the game, and if you're not enjoying that time that you spend with the game, the problem is not the time you're spending. I feel like the problem is something else. Like that time should be fun and interesting. Why is it not? Like that's the question to me. And for me, that's about the frustration I felt with the game. In Act 1. Oh yeah, the High Halls gauntlet. That one took a long time. And then now during my second playthrough, I got it relatively quickly. And I enjoyed it. I legitimately enjoyed the High Halls gauntlet. It was fun. Like, that's the way it's supposed to be. Where like, even if it's taking a long time, if at least I'm enjoying it, then it's a good thing that I just have more game that I'm gonna enjoy, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's just like I think that my main theory right now is that the game is just too frustrating in the beginning, and that frustration can be overcome without making the game quote unquote too easy. Oh, cool, great. Why not? Okay, I'll just farm up the silk in the arena. It'll be fine. What? Did you jump? Really? That's cheating. What? Damn it. No! Don't explode on me. I don't know why, but these enemies, the little charge that they do, for some reason it's really hard for me to dodge that. There were some enemies in the first Hollow Knight that had the same like type of pattern, and I could never dodge those either. They just always felt weirdly erratic. Something about the shape, like they're the wrong shape. You're not supposed to do those shapes. Whoop. No. No, 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 no. Okay, I'm pretty good on health now, at least. If I could have some extra silk, that would be nice, but... No! What? Oh my god, the scream cancel. Rip dot zip. Okay, I guess I can farm silk out of these. Wrong button. No, I can't heal anymore. The maggots ate it. Groal, give me a tiny amount of silk, or give me enemies to hit. That works too. What? What, twice? Thanks. Just do some contact damage, that's okay. Nope! I had the health, it's okay. We're fine, we're good. We got this. What? I was standing there. extremely rude. Whoa! Almost hit the maggots. Good lord. Don't inhale. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Cool. Jump directly into the thing. Oh, I got the heal through. Holy shit, I would have died there if I didn't get the heal. Ugh. No! I needed that enemy. I needed that enemy for Silk. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, never mind. I didn't need this one. Get Groaled. I don't know if that's a thing. Oh, okay. I did not do that on my first try. Wait, was this my first try? Second try? Second try. I was just watching Scurry's playthrough recently. It's kind of funny that someone during my stream at some point, when I was talking about how like when you're on small platforms, I kind of wish the game would let you do a sprint jump, even if you're technically like, even if it's technically too short to let you do a sprint jump. And then someone in chat, I forget who, but someone in chat said like, well, I mean, I think the goal is that you're supposed to like trust the level designers, that you're supposed to just sprint and then continuously jump off of it from a sprint. And I'm like, trust the level designers. Like, how much do we actually trust the level design in Silksong after multiple benches that fake out, that are just that are trapped? And so I saw Scurry's playthrough. And when Scurry got this bench after defeating Groal, Scurry was just like, nuh-uh, I am not sitting on that bench. Oh my god. Trust is a fascinating thing. Yes, Silksong does have coyote time, but it doesn't solve the problem here. Are there any places where you actually need to sprint off a small platform? Not that many. I think the biggest one is when you're meeting the Pinstress in her home along the Wormways? Blasted Steps? One of those. Oh. There's soul in these jars. These are the souls from Hollow Knight 1. And that was probably a snail shaman. Oh yeah, another set of small platforms. I mean, kind of like this. There's a bunch of platforms in Bilewater. Like, in the run back to this boss, there's quite a few smaller platforms that disappear. And because they're so small, it would be nice if you could like pause on that platform and then sprint jump directly off of it, right? But I sort of get why they don't want to make you able to sprint jump immediately, because if you could do that, like, you could like do a really quick, super high jump without any kind of lead up, and that I think would be bad, because I think there is a sense in which you want some kind of commitment when you start sprinting, right? And I think it's good to have that kind of thing, because then it's not going to be like, because if there's no commitment to sprinting, you would just sprint all the time, and that would probably be kind of annoying to play like that. But I think it would be cool if they made an exception, like an exception when you're specifically close to the ledge, either close to the ledge or close to the ledge on a very tiny platform, because like, yeah, it would just feel better if you could do that. Just like do a sprint jump off of ledges. Like that would just be a feature. But you couldn't do like a quick sprint jump on flat ground in general. It would specifically be when you leave edges. It could have weird consequences though. Maybe players are gonna feel like it's inconsistent, where like, oh, they think they can sprint jump quickly, but for some reason they can't in other cases. There's a possibility that that's gonna be a negative consequence, but I think it's safe to do that. Probably make it easier possible to do sequence breaks in some places. The thing is, anywhere you have a short platform, you can already sprint jump from it. All you need is some space to the other side. So like, I mean, even this platform, I think. I can sprint jump off of this platform. All I need to do is like, jump off of it, start sprinting, and land on the platform. And there I did it, right? Like that's a sprint jump off of this tiny platform. So like it's possible, it's just kind of finicky and not in like a super fun way. So all you need to do is jump off, sprint, and then land and jump. So you can already do it. But if you start from this platform, it's impossible. And so like I don't think it would actually like cause any breaks or anything. The biggest question for me is just like, would it feel inconsistent for players if they noticed that they could do like a really fast sprint jump on edges or along ledges, and then somehow they couldn't do it in other situations? It might feel inconsistent, but I don't think that would be a big issue. Things don't always have to be super consistent. Celeste wave dashing. I forget how wave dashing works. I've just heard of it. I think I asked someone on stream a while back, but it was something like you dash into the ground or something. Yeah, the same thing goes for like the turnaround animation in Silksong, where like if you're sprinting and then turning around, you get this kind of slow turnaround. But if you jump, you can just jump and dash in the other direction for like an instant turnaround, or almost instant turnaround. Cool. We have unlocked the shortcut. Is there another shortcut up here? There should be, right? Oh. What? I have to hit the ring? Okay. Okay. Wait, did I pick up the quest for that? I did. Okay, cool. Yeah, you should be able to chop those ropes. Actually, I'm gonna write that down. Yeah, sorry, it's the screaming bud in my inventory. That's... Yeah, I'm gonna write that down about the cutting the rope. Oh my god, I'm gonna close that. Yeah, I have this on my phone. I have a long list of notes for things I would fix in Silksong. And I'm considering doing this thing where like I consider making a Silksong review. That's part of why I wanted to do a second playthrough. And kind of make it like an unnecessarily long review of like every single aspect of this game. And so maybe I'm gonna be like, I don't know if what way I'm gonna like frame the whole video, but I consider doing a thing like, if I number every change that I would make, I wonder how many things I would end up with at the end. Would it be like, oh, here's 100 things I would change with Silksong, and then just number them, all the things. Would be kind of fun. But I don't super like the number. I might do the numbering, but just not have it in the stream or in the video title. So I feel like it would make it sound more clickbaity than it actually would be. Does anyone know what the R3 does? The Garama button. Garama is a taunt. It basically makes enemies come toward you. If they're not paying attention to you, they're gonna start paying attention to you and they're gonna move towards you. If they can move. Not all enemies can, I suppose. does also double as a Pushanka button, that's true. Okay. I guess we're gonna do the cursed ending? Or no, wait, we need to do lace first before we can do the cursed ending. What's to the left here, actually? Oh, reserves. Well, I just deleted most of those reserves. I am aware of the Pushanka. I was so happy when I discovered that. I was like, as soon as I equipped the rings, I was like, wait, what happens? And then I was like, hell yeah. I can finally Pushanka with chakra. I love those kinds of details. I don't know, I feel like it's those kinds of details that, like, oh wait, a different thing? Okay, I don't know what the other thing is. It's those kinds of details I feel like is a huge advantage of being an indie team. Because as soon as you're in a bigger production environment, like things tend to get prioritized that are kind of like the bare necessities to finish the game and to get the milestones to hit and everything. But indies can kind of quote-unquote waste time on minor things that don't really matter but are cool for the players who get to experience it. And I don't know, I think it's super cool to have those kinds of details in games. And obviously sometimes AAA games also does that, and I think it's equally cool when they do it. What's even to the right here? Oh yeah, that's the path from... Right, okay. Big studios to get side-ass from the team for even suggesting things like that. Yeah, depending on the studio, but yeah, usually it's like you have to jump through so many hoops to make a change, and you might not even be the person who have like the authority to make that change. Maybe you need to like, maybe it needs to come from your like creative director or something. So. Well, what do I know? I don't work at big studios. I only have a tiny amount of experience with that when I was doing my internship. That's about my AAA experience. A few months of internship, and that made me realize I don't want to work at AAA studios. Yeah, I struggle with the up input. I think it's because I keep missing the directly up input. I usually hit this slightly to the side. Okay, where was I going? We're gonna do lace 2, right? Yeah, lace 2, which means we need to get the... Oh, no, wait, hold on. Yeah, we were gonna go to the vaults. And, yeah, I took the wrong route. We took the wrong route, and then we did Groal instead. Which, sure. Okay, so I guess Grand Bellway, and then into the... Yeah. Wait. Yeah. First time when you stream, was expecting game dev content, but Silksong is a nice surprise. You know, usually I don't stream games. Usually I do, I guess I do more tool development than game development, but it's game dev related. Wrong direction. I'm sure a plushie is coming for the Bell Beast. Actually, I'm not sure. If Team Cherry was a big studio, they would be churning out plushies of every character all the time, but because it's a small studio, it kind of hinges on a very small amount of people to actually do it. And I would imagine that Team Cherry are kind of like financially set. Like, I don't think they need the money. So it's probably... it's effort instead. Yeah, it's this direction. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, here. Tiny platform. There's not enough room to do a dash jump. But if you jump here and then dash onto it, you can do that. I don't like the amount of tight labyrinths in Silksong. It's a bit too many of them, I feel like. We are not speedrunning. I'm just doing my second playthrough, and I am sort of trying to analyze the game now that I've finished it once and seeing what it's like to do a second playthrough. Because I might be doing a Silksong review, critique, video, I don't know, a Silksong video where I talk about the game and the things I like about it and the things I didn't super like about it. For example, you can't press buttons by down dashing. I wanna smash that button. Why can I not smash the button? Literally unplayable. I have to like stand on it. Doesn't feel as nice.
Cadestre.
Actually, how much of them do you see? We got the thing. Oh my god, these enemies. I don't know how to kill these. They're like always out of range. Thank you. Great. No, I wanted to try to parry that. Oh yeah, I did see the minifigures. Those are nice. Plushies though? I don't think I've seen a single Hornet plushie that looks proportional to the game. Like, they always look kind of derpy. Which, you know, it has its charm, but... Can I go through here? Cool, we are almost ready to go to Lace 2. Oh my god, not this one. Most dangerous enemy in the game. You can't Garama to get the good Gardinius.
Megina Fora.
I love Gardinius. He's so intense.
That's fine.
Gardinius and Scrounge. Probably some of my favorite characters. Because they always like steal shit from you so intensely, even though you're just giving it to them. They're always just like, nyah! Okay. Oh, I didn't see this dialogue last time. You refuse to play our sacred melody? Why pause, weaver thing? Do you cower at the truths it may illuminate? Surely you're not the lesser sort that bows to fear. Because I'm kind of supposed to play the one that is for the main quest, but...
Yanara.
Yeah, because this song is the High Halls, right? It's a High Halls melody.
Timiyan.
Sermon.
Miofene.
There is another cylinder that does the choral chambers melody. That one's really nice. I think that might be the one that Grindel has.
Benifrey. Cadestre.
You know what? We're gonna have some High Halls vibes here. No. No. There we go. Got some music.
Garama! Garama!
I don't know why I find these characters so funny.
Garama!
They're just so intense for no reason. It's the best. It's just the best. Wait, is this supposed to be a shortcut? Oh. Did I just never open that? I mean, he is a little bit afraid of me, but he's also... I mean, he's also standing up for himself, even though he's afraid. So it's like, I think it's okay to taunt. I thought I could parry whatever was coming there. I don't know the timings of the effects of this one yet. Yeah, what contraption did they be able to recognize the music? Here's a detail I like about Jubilana? Is that her name? Yeah. You know what I like? There's a sound when she turns around. Not just one, there's multiple sounds. Backpack rustling with items. It's so neat. They didn't have to add that, but they did, and I appreciate them. I appreciate that one thing. Raid from Mr. Me? Oh, hello. I don't even know who's here. Who's Mr. Me? Welcome, if there's a bunch of people who just joined. I have no clue what the view count is, so I have not been looking at it. Okay, I guess we're doing... Are we doing lace? There's no more prerequisite, I think, for lace. Okay, after you finish Lace 2, you can get back out into the world, right? So if I want to do the cursed ending achievement, I don't have to defeat Lace while cursed, right? Oh, that was you? You're Mr. Me? You were like referring to you as in you. Gotcha. I thought Mr. Me was like a streamer. Okay. For those of you who joined later, I made a tiny mod for this game that removes freeze frames from parries. So, I can show you if I hit it. But I might also die. We'll see. Did you see that? Look at that parry. Look at that parry. Oh my god, no freeze frames. Ow. I also have to hit the parries, you know? I guess technically it should invalidate my achievements because I'm using a mod, but I feel like a freeze frame removal is not that big of a deal, hopefully. Maybe my gamer cred is going to be tainted by that. Ow! I don't have enough for a heal. Hey, I need a heal from you. Cheater confirmed, yeah. What? Negative a million gamer score? Okay, I'm never gonna catch up with that. You got multi-binder? I used it a lot in my first playthrough, but I guess I haven't gotten it yet. I might actually want to go get it. I do have the rosaries for it. It would be good to get it, I think. Yeah, let's do that. Just gonna scoop it up, and then we're gonna do lace. I feel like I'm less consistent with this movement. I'm not sure why. Hollow Knight 1 didn't have the freeze frame parry, did it? I'm pretty sure it did. Yeah, I think it does freeze frames for parries in the first Hollow Knight. Because I know that it was kind of bothering me. Because my first Metroidvania was Underworks. I was not supposed to go there. My first proper Metroidvania was 9 Souls that I played earlier this year. And I really liked the parry mechanic. And then I was kind of disappointed in the parry mechanic in the first Hollow Knight. Because it's not like designed to be a game where you parry. So obviously it's kind of more of a second thought than anything else. But I really wanted it to be a more central system. And the freeze frames actually make it much more... It makes it much more difficult to do parries, because if there's like a triple attack from an enemy, you might remember the like tempo of the triple attack. It might be like, you know, dum 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 for their attack. And you want to be able to parry pressing 3 times with the same rhythm. But if there's a freeze frame, you need to take the freeze frame into account, which makes it harder. I don't like that. Multi-binder. It's also good to spend some rosaries. Spool fragment. You know, let's buy that as well. I don't know how much I need though. Was it 200 something? Oh my god, this baby in my inventory. I can't afford it. I need a tiny amount more. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, we are ready to go to Lace. Let's do this. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. Is High Halls closer? Kinda looks like it. I should play Nine Souls. Nine Souls is a really, really fun game. I think the combat in Nine Souls might be my favorite combat out of Hollow Knight and Silksong and Nine Souls. Very much something I enjoyed, but I know that some people don't like the parry mechanic, because I remember that like Sekiro, it was pretty people were kind of divided on Sekiro. I think because of the parrying centric nature of it. I haven't played Sekiro, so I can't speak for that, but I think the biggest issue with Nine Souls, I think, is that Nine Souls is pretty story heavy, and it's front loaded to the start of the game. So I think if you're someone who just cares about gameplay, Nine Souls is kind of like preventing you from getting to the game for like a good 10 minutes, if not more. So if you're impatient and you want to get to gameplay super quickly, you might be annoyed by Nine Souls, especially if you don't care about story. But if you do care about story, then I think Nine Souls is a great game. I was reading chat instead of, you know, paying attention to the battle happening in front of me. Yeah, I'm trying to parry too much now. Instead of just killing the enemy. No. I walked away. I pressed. God damn. I'm sure it's possible to parry the double attack. I'm pretty sure it has to be. I think I haven't made a proper attempt yet. I think the strategy, I think, is to just attack upwards. I think an up slash is the way to go to try to do the double parry. Because if I pogo, I fly up too far to do the double one. And if I slash to the right, I think my attack is actually below the sword. So I don't think I can hit it if I do a slash to the right. So I think I have to do an up slash to do the double parry. What's the name of the software for controller input? It does not have a name. It's probably called like New Unity Project because I made it myself. Or wait, the controller input. So this circle that's showing the diagram, that's mine. But the controller itself, that's an OBS plugin. I can get the name of it. Oh, it's literally called input dash overlay. Just input overlay. That's what the controller is called. The circle is my own, so that one doesn't exist. Well, it exists on my computer only, rather. Okay, so what do we want for place? Multi-binder might be nice. I don't know if I'm gonna make that much use of Weave Light here. Is the screaming bot directional based on menu panels? Yes. Yeah, it's panned to the right here. And it's slowly moving to the left. This one is centered. Now it's panned to the left. And then obviously there it's gonna be... Yeah. The big question for me is like, was that intentional, or is it just like, it's literally just an object in Unity and scrolling the menu just literally moves the audio source, and then Unity has panning built into their audio sources? That's the big question for me. Because it could have been unintentional and then they just kept it. I was supposed to play the melody, not talk to them. I really like this moment in the game. Like once they start singing along and building up all the layers of the song. I do feel like the Architect's melody is a more powerful scene though, with all the like choir robots in the background. I kind of wish, I feel like they should sort of swap the like impact of those. Like having the choir here would feel a lot cooler, but it would be kind of hard to fit the choir in with the cogwork background during the like cogwork dancers fight. Although I guess, no, they actually literally swap out the background after that fight. The background like rotates away and then the statues come up. So they could just literally just rotate in a choir here. But yeah. Yeah, the architect scene is like, I think that's a super, super cool moment in this game. And I feel like it's deserving of a more impactful location. Not that it's like a bad location, I just could have used it a bit more effectively. Or rather, it kind of diminishes this moment, because this moment is also like, this is a bigger moment in terms of progression, right? Okay. I guess I'm ready. Let's do it. Oh, it's cutscene time, right? I really like the fact that they made cutscenes for this game. Because like stuff like that is so time consuming as a small team. And it's really nice that they spent the time to do it. Oh shit, okay, straight into battle. Okay. Ow. No, no, no. There goes my fractured mask. I love contact damage. You'd think I'd be good at fighting this boss after doing the true ending boss, but you know? Is a fight in a field of white flower a Sekiro reference? This is like a really common trope. I don't know what the original source is of that trope, but I've seen quite a few things that have that. Like Metal Gear Solid 3 had it as well, I remember. No! Do not attack the parry. Or was that an up slash? Bye. Ow! Okay, I just need two more hits. No! 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 I was not allowed to. I was not allowed to get cocky. And then she just deletes me. Okay. Well, I'll try to aura farm at some other point, I suppose. I love that Lace does double damage, not because she hits hard, but because she attacks really fast. It is a pretty fast boss, and also I kind of like the I don't know, I just like the rhythmic nature of Lace. The fighting style, I suppose. It's kind of nice. Because she's fast, but not like First Sinners. Or First Sinner fast, right? Honestly, my biggest enemy is just greed. Like, I want to get more hits in, rather than play it safe. She jumps so far after that. Oh god. Bad timing. Very bad timing. No. That was so close. I should never run away from that. But how did I miss all of those attacks? I was healing there. Chill. No! I didn't get my free hits. I dashed away from that. I should have been fine. Ooh. No! Did I parry those circles? Okay, some of them at least, not all of them. I'm not doing well. I really need some health. You know, that is not the way to go. That is not the attack you should run into. Actually, do I not change some of my charms? Let's see. I don't know how I feel about the multi-binder. I might actually try not using it. I do take a lot of damage, so Druid's Eye is probably good to have. Although, this is not the upgraded version. Warding Bell is kind of nice to get the damage in. I also like the Weave Light in general. Let's use the Weave Light. It's cool that she fights like a fencer. Yeah, it's really nice. My fighting style is more like I'm fighting like an idiot. It's like bum rushing straight into enemies is one of my like primary tactics. Hello? I'm right above you. I tried to parry your things. Why did it not work? I did it! That was parry! I survived this! Oh my god. I figured out the strat. I just have to parry those. Well, it's kind of hard if I'm healing. Okay. You fight like you deal contact damage? Exactly. That's a charm I need. I just need a charm that lets me deal contact damage. Like, you're not the one contacting me, I am the one contacting you. You'd think it was mutual, but not in Holmér. Oh yeah, the pace of movement and combat in the first Hollow Knight is very different from Silksong. It's much slower in Hollow Knight. I'm really curious if I can parry her triple slash. The problem is that I feel like there's so little telegraphing though. Like the telegraph is pretty short. Stop taunting me, Lace. No! Lace is so good at punishing, like, your muscle memory patterns for like where you want to jump to heal, where you think you're safe. Like Lace is very much like super good at catching you and all of those like movements. Did you just backstab? What? I wasn't sure what direction she was facing. That down dash was not intentional, but I think it just saved me there. No, what happened to my... I tried to grapple away, but it didn't happen. Okay, I tried to parry that time. Bad idea. Bad idea. Bad idea. Yeah, the problem with using cross stitch is that it costs silk, and I am terrified of not having silk for healing. It would probably make the boss fight a lot easier though, if I actually used cross stitch. Yeah, there's a lot about bosses that become more difficult if you're not patient. I noticed that with Lost Verdania, every single enemy has that philosophy, where like every single enemy there is much harder if you're trying to push to kill them. But if you're just patient, they become significantly easier. I feel Lace has a similar vibe. I got lucky there. Also got pretty lucky there. No! What? You weren't supposed to go in that direction. I was supposed to be safe. No. No. Wrong button. Did you see that double parry? I'm proud of that one. No! No! I needed that silk! I just needed silk! I just needed silk! I just needed the silk. I just needed the silk. I got too greedy and then she did her big AoE attack and I got caught in it and then I died. I wish we got to play as Lace. I mean, if they follow the trend of between the first Hollow Knight and Silksong, then the next game, if we extrapolate, then Lace would be the next character for whatever the third game is. Which would release in like another 7 years or something. So. I'm really curious if it's possible to parry her diagonal upswings. Because that's the thing that that's catching me the most, I think. Because I have a tendency to jump even though I definitely don't have to. And so that attack is just murder. You know what, we're just doing photos now. Is it safe to be like up here? Okay, well, I got that question answered. No. Don't do diagonal. No. Okay, I actually tried to parry it that time, but it didn't work out. Yeah, maybe it's not possible to parry that attack actually. Oh, no, wait, but I have parried parts of it, but then I'm outside of the... Oh, no, I'm thinking of the different one that leaves like circles behind. This is like a different version of it. That one. But maybe it's the same. Maybe it does the circles if you're not caught in it, but if you're caught in it, there's no circles. Is that how it works? No! I'm just gonna heal. Right there. But that attack makes a sound that sounds like it's coming from the back of my apartment. It throws me off. Okay, jump directly into it. Good job, Freya. Yeah, the last slash has a really weird, like, room tone to it. Room tone? That's not the word. You know what I mean. Okay, Lace, I really need silk. Can you chill? For like a tiny moment, please? That attack is not the best for me. If you wanna like... There we go. Okay. What? Really? How did that catch me? I feel like I was outside of the range for that. Okay. Savage Beastfly is the next protagonist. Okay. I feel like I got this. Maybe I just need to be more patient. I'm trying to like trying to do too much too fast. I just need to chill. Wrong input. I'm not used to the... Oh, I'm not used to that thing where she, like, goes up in one direction and then comes back the same direction for that diagonal. Throw tea at her. Well, when I run out of flea brew, I guess I can throw tea. Or an empty bottle. This is a difficult fight. I'm actually struggling more now than I did the first time. And I think it's actually because I got every mask I could before I got into this battle during my first playthrough. Because during my first playthrough, I was very completionist. I wanted to do as much as I could before I progressed the story. So I think at this point, during my first playthrough, I had like... You can get every mask except for one up until this point, I think, right? And I'm pretty sure I did have that. I also don't have all the nail upgrades. I'm on nail 1. I hit that one. Damn. Oh my god. I was so locked in up until that moment. Contact damage. The contact damage. Look, it's always the contact damage. I would love to see I would love to have statistics during boss fights. I want to see what percentage of damage that enemies do to me, what percentage is just from contact damage and what is from their attacks. I would guess that the ratio for that is probably like, it's off the charts. I imagine there's like at least half of the damage is from contact damage, I would guess. Why do you keep healing in vulnerable positions? Because I am imperfect. Holy shit, I did it! Okay, so it is possible. It is possible to parry that attack. I guess I just need to know the... I think it's like, I need to know the very first attack is the most important, because then I get a slight amount of invulnerability, I think. Yeah! Oh my god, okay, so it is possible. Oh my god. Hold on, my cut. I had to emergency move a cat. Yeah, Salad was jumping at the gate again, so I had to help him go over the gate without him kicking it over and scaring everybody in here. Why am I playing the Needlein right now? that doesn't seem ideal in this fight. Okay. We're good. Oh wait, it was because I was aura farming, right? That's what I was doing. Oh, bye. Okay. Oh, I got lucky there. Ooh. No. Wait, really? You can get caught in that last frame? Oh my god. She doesn't sing? We did it. We did it. I just had to lock in a little bit. And then that's how you do it. This is such a sad scene. I don't even know. I don't know why this scene was so effective. Like story-wise. Like the first time I played, I was like, damn, this is like a really sad thing. A thing. Not thing as in lace, but like this moment is kind of sad.
Buenera.
But I don't know how it's so effective, because we barely know lace. We know like almost nothing about lace. So I'm kind of curious, like what makes this moment so effective? Maybe it's just like the combination of music and the one encounter you had with lace. I don't know. I straight up cried. Yeah, me too. Like the first time, it was really, really good. But I don't know why. Like, what made me so invested? Because there's so many pieces of media that tries to do the same thing, that just fails. And I'm not sure what the difference is. Maybe it's because I like maybe because I think this world is so well realized that I sort of buy everything that's happening in it. But if the world isn't well realized, this moment wouldn't actually work. It only works because the world feels real, in a way. I don't know. It's very good.
Hironare.
I also feel like this... Was this a reference to the vessels in the first game? About others making the same mistake of thinking it's not life.
Evalestina. Torokkiba. Nera nera.
I think the first encounter sets a premise for a character that by the time you get here you kind of understand. I don't know. I feel like in most games I wouldn't buy it. I would find it cheesy and tacky and a little bit like it came out of nowhere. And you barely know Lace as a character except for your first encounter. Like, I feel like it's gotta be something external to the actual events and the character itself, is what I'm thinking. I could be wrong though, I'm just guessing. Or maybe it's just because I trust Team Cherry. And like, I trust that they're writing a good story, so like, I'm invested already. Like, it could just be that. Salad? Okay, I'm just gonna make sure salad's okay. I'll be right back. Emotional buy-in? Yeah, something like that. Are you not on Twitch anymore? I haven't streamed on Twitch for a while. I wanted to try streaming on YouTube for a bit. I don't know if it's better or worse, but one thing that streaming on YouTube does is that my VODs will stay on YouTube. And I am horrible at remembering to upload VODs, and so it just ends up never happening. And if I did that, they wouldn't be under the live tab, and I'd have to start like a second channel, and like, I don't know, it would be too much effort. But streaming on YouTube seems like it's lower effort, and the VODs stay up, and YouTube seems to be better for monetization, while Twitch doesn't seem to be very good at that. And so that's what I'm trying. Maybe the combination of the game teasing the second boss with her taunting you, the visual switch up to white plus the music. I don't think it's that for me. It's cool she's only been mocking you up until that point, but now it's revealed how she really felt the entire time, even though I might indeed go not that deep if the rest of it wasn't that good. Yeah, I do think I mean, I guess that's kind of like the basics of a character arc, right? Like, there's a bit of a character arc in the sense that, like, Lace is finally, like, opening up to you. And I think whenever there's a character that's like an enemy or a character that's like obviously struggling to open up to someone, even if that's an adversary, that has a big emotional impact. I'm like really cheesy with that kind of stuff. Yeah, that stuff like hits really hard, even though it's such a trope, but that's cool, I think, to do that kind of stuff. And Lace is like super like closed off, like always like mocking you, very, very much just like here to fuck shit up for you or whatever. And then she suddenly opens up without completely changing her personality. I think that makes it feel genuine. In terms of like these moments in isolation, I think that helps a lot. But then I think the stuff external to that is just the like Rave Girl mentioned, that like the pre-existing emotional buy-in I think is probably a huge factor for me. Because like if you just took the scenes you have with Lace and put them in a worse game, I don't think it would have the same impact. Because you have to sort of earn that. Yeah, like I feel like a lot of stories don't earn the moments they try to sell, but I feel like it works in this case. Maybe it's not much deeper than that. They earned it. Good game. Good atmosphere. Good. I want to say good storytelling, but the storytelling is very like hands-off in this game, so it's hard to compare to stuff like movies or whatever. But can't you do both at the same time? I don't know how to set up my OBS to do multi-streaming, and I'm also not allowed to show YouTube chat on screen if I want to stay partnered on Twitch. And also, I would have to moderate 2 chats at the same time, which is not super great. But maybe it's possible to do it. Okay, I want the map of this area. Oh, well, perfect. It's nice how the streams on YouTube, the ads on Twitch are so much in comparison. Yeah, I feel like Twitch is really aggressive with the ads. Counter theory. Emotional buy-in is the default, and bad games have to fight uncanniness to keep it. Silksong doesn't have to because its art is simplified. I'm not sure if I would say it's because of the art or like the art style. I mean, that certainly helps. Like, Uncanny Valley is absolutely something that can like detract from an experience, yeah, for sure. I think that's especially true for stuff like, because anytime you have a simplified art style, it feels like it's an abstraction, or like you don't come in with expectations of reality, right? But if you make a AAA game that's like super realistic graphics, your expectations are reality. It's based off of our world, right? But I think with anything that's a different world and that's also helped by an art style that feels different from reality, I think you don't come in with those expectations of this has to be like Earth, you know? Don't want to be rude, but emotional buy-in as a default is a wild claim across games in general. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if this is like this. I imagine that this could be something that's different from person to person. I can imagine some people kind of have emotional buy-in by default. I definitely don't, but it wouldn't surprise me if some people do. Like I don't know, there seems to be some group of people who just seem to be able to enjoy any and all pieces of media, especially like movies or TV series. That to me seems like a person who's got emotional buy-in by default. But I wish I could do that. Because that would make me... That would expand my horizons and I would be able to enjoy more things, but it's really hard for me to enjoy certain media. Okay. I guess we're ready to do the cursed ending, right? I believe it's time to get rid of the goddamn screaming baby in my inventory. Wait. Oh yeah, we have the Ventrica. I don't know why I'm looking for an exit. I feel like I've missed like half of all the Ventrica locations. I remember during my first playthrough, I had way more locations here. I guess I was too goal oriented this time. I'm not exploring the same way I did my first playthrough. Now it's more like I'm going towards a goal, doing the thing. Wait, how have we been doing on viewers, by the way? I actually have no idea. 200? Jesus, okay. Suddenly I got like performance anxiety. But I did enable the thing where it dual streams to the shorts feed. So I'm gonna guess that 180 of those are shorts people who are just scrolling in bed. And who are about to scroll away from the stream because I'm not interesting enough. May I ask a serious questions about this game? Sure, yeah. You don't have to ask. You can just ask away. Why is this game popular? I see it around, but I have no idea what it's about. Okay, 7 years ago, a game called Hollow Knight came out. Hollow Knight came out in a time period where games of that genre had kind of changed into other genres. The popular series like Metroid, Castlevania, the modern versions of those games, they changed genre. They were no longer making the same type of genre. They became action games. And so people who like Metroidvanias, they were kind of feeling shit about the fact that nobody made their favorite game genre anymore. Then Hollow Knight came out, and Hollow Knight did exactly what those games used to do, and people who enjoyed Metroidvanias started finding Hollow Knight, and it just grew steadily over two or 3 years, and it became a kind of a cult hit. It became a huge game for those who like this type of genre. And then, yeah, it just gained a massive, massive audience and a huge, like, cultural following. And it's also a very good game. Like, that definitely helps. And it's a very unique game. It's got a very good art style, and it stands out. And then Silksong is the sequel to that game. And Silksong has been super highly anticipated for like 7 years, I think. And yeah, Team Cherry are the developers of Silksong. Yeah, that's basically it. I don't think there's... I think that's basically it. But don't trust me, because I do not have a whole lot of experience in this genre, so... Oh yeah, there's the Ventrica station. I just never opened that up. Okay, but I am heading to... where am I heading? Oh yeah, it's Shellwood. Oh no, I never collected the purple things. Okay. Rip. I thought about 200 viewers was your usual for these streams. Really? Hollow Knight outdo Rayman Adventures? No clue. Was there a competition between those? Or I know Rayman does platforming games. But I don't think Rayman is a Metroidvania. Unless one of them was a Metroidvania, but that's... I haven't heard of that. Because a Metroidvania is not quite a pure platformer. It's a little bit different. Okay. Where are all of the purpley things? Oh, there's one. I don't know why Salad is yelling in the background. Like last time I went out to check in on him, he was just sitting sitting in the hall cleaning his butt while making sounds as if he's like extremely sad. Like, damn Salad. Well, you're just cleaning your butt. Why are you making sad noises? Wait, there's no purple hearts here, right? Is this world evil or just vampirism looking? I'm not sure if I would say the world is evil, but it contains an evil that's kind of corrupted the world. So, but there are places with friendly characters as well. Yeah, I do need to go through the fall apart stuff. I'm pretty sure, right? Oh, that was like the the canonical way to get that before you had double jump. Okay. Ow. Okay. Let's see. Did I go left here? No, this is just... New. New is such a weirdo. Bye. I'm acting like this is bile water. Team Cherry is a very small studio. Team Cherry, the core team is like 3 people, maybe 4 people for this game. And then they have like additional people who do like music and playtesting and stuff. But the core team is very, very small. So it's a tiny studio. And it's their own IP. Ow. It's very good in terms of design. I believe it's Ari Gibson who's the who basically created the world and the art style and the characters. And Ari Gibson works at Team Cherry. This is part 2. This game is part 2 of Holmér. Okay. Let me know if I miss a polyp heart somewhere, because I don't remember all the locations at this point. But there's probably one in both of these large rooms. One at the top in this right room, I think. if I remember correctly. Yeah. Or did I get this one already? Oh my god, these enemies. I can't stand these tiny enemies. Okay, is there one in this room? Looks like there's something here. Oh, the tinies. No. No, see? It's always the tiny enemies. Oh my god. Yeah, that's right. Just dive into spikes. That's much better. Oh, that's all of them. Nice. Expressing great thanks for your educational video on computer graphics. Incidentally, favorite programming language? Thank you. And C# is my favorite programming language. I think it is a nearly perfect language. It is very good. I like having types. And I don't like languages that don't have types. They make me anxious because I need to be handheld by error messages telling me what to do next. Okay. I haven't even talked to that NPC this playthrough. I'm just like coming into this NPC with just everything. I got the polyp parts, I got the baby.
Da, fenestra.
You should really check out Swift at some point. I think it's really nice for the step. Well, the problem is that I already have like a ton of projects that I'm making right now in Unity. And so, I don't really have a reason to do something else. Like, I assume you can't just use Swift with Unity. As if it's some kind of like TypeScript layer on top of JavaScript or something.
Nesvia.
Aside from the linear algebra mentioned in your videos, any other math field you're interested in? I mean, I think splines are really interesting. That's why I made a whole video about that. I think there's... I really like abstract algebra. Certain parts of abstract algebra I think is super cool. I made a video that's called Why You Can't Multiply Vectors. That's about my exploration into geometric algebra. So that stuff is cool. Yeah. It's sort of, that video is kind of secretly about geometric algebra, but I framed it as like obsessively trying to multiply vectors and trying to see what happens. that's that talk that I did. Yeah, my cats always make it into my talks and videos. Those are important. Multiplying vectors is low-key my favorite one. I really like that one too. I'm proud of that one because the thing I really like about that one that I don't like about the my spline video is that I feel like with the multiplying vectors talk I had a much more clear narrative, and I think the narrative is like the best hook for getting people interested in whatever it is you want to talk about. A narrative is like so powerful, and I feel like that one had a very clear narrative. I need to be better at doing that kind of stuff for my talks. I think I did pretty okay with the lerp smoothing one though, if I remember correctly. There you go, have to take your baby. Yes, I'm a game developer, although I've been doing more tool development of late. So, specifically for game development though, but I haven't been making games for a few years now, and I kind of want to get back into it, but I haven't had a good moment where I feel like it feels natural to me.
Fadastama.
I love how this wish is granted immediately. I love that. That's so good. Abstract algebra amateur level here. What are the parts of abstract algebra you don't like? My pet peeve with, well, if you already saw my talk, then maybe you already know, but like my issue with abstract algebra, or not abstract algebra, geometric algebra, is that the way people define it feels very cyclical to me. And I don't like that. Like, it seems like a lot of people start with the dot product and they start with a wedge product and they're like, oh, these are the properties of the wedge product. These are the properties of the dot product. And I never liked that approach because I couldn't, for the life of me, like visualize in my head what it meant to do those things. And it felt circular. I feel like it wasn't justified. So the thing that I wanted to do with my multiplying vectors talk was to kind of like find a more fundamental starting axiom and then derive everything else from that. That's what I wanted to do in that one. Because I didn't really see other people take that approach enough. And so once I like discovered that way that you could do it, I was like, this is a much better starting point, at least for me. Also in the sense of like, I want to be able to like, if I'm talking about some math concepts, I want to know how do I put it in a data structure in code. But if it's too abstract, it's so hard for me to like feel like I'm anchored to where you're talking about. The other issue I have with geometric algebra is that it tends to rapidly run off into abstractions and generalizations that are so multidimensional and complex that I don't even know what the use case is anymore. And it kind of just becomes like a mathematical experiment for its own sake, which is fine. I just really like it when you can anchor it in usefulness in actual projects. And I feel like the cool thing about the subset of geometric algebra that I talked about in that video is that those things we're kind of already using in games. You can kind of derive, we can kind of derive the quaternions from my like obsessive attempt at trying to multiply vectors. And I feel like that one axiom that I started out with, I really like the purity of that you can have a single axiom and then suddenly complex numbers, quaternions, and the cross product and the dot product, they just fall out naturally if you just follow the standard rules of multiplication. And I think that's super cool. That was just like, I was just like, holy shit, this is a much better story for how to get to quaternions and complex numbers. Instead of kind of like inventing them and just kind of trying to justify them afterwards, it's much cooler to have like a fundamental starting point, I think, to me at least. So I love that. My wish for Christmas is more half-edge code along. I'll probably do more of that. We shall see. Your lerp smoothing video was a huge help. Heck yeah, I am glad. I was searching for a quick solution at the time, but you reached my inner nerd to stay for the whole thing. Good. Any other math videos planned? Unfortunately, yes. I have too many math videos planned, and my problem is not planning math videos. My problem is to actually finish math videos. And I am horribly bad at finishing videos. I don't know what it is. It's got to be some combination of like performance anxiety, feeling like I need to live up to my previous videos. I don't know. I struggle so much to make videos for some reason. I think it's because I keep putting the bar higher than what I'm capable of doing. But if I don't put the bar high, it's uninteresting to me to work on the video. So I think I'm in a bit of a catch-22 with my approach to video making. And that sucks. And I'm not entirely sure how to fix that. You could do math streams to practice. I mean, I already do that. Like when I do my half-edge development streams, it's quite often a lot of math. So I don't know. I just have really high expectations on myself for no good reason. And it makes me feel anxious about my work. It's as if, like, if I can't live up to my previous videos, I failed. But this is like, this is all in my head. This has nothing to do with other people's expectations. These are just my expectations on myself. But I don't know why. I don't know. I guess it's just like, it's purely like an emotional thing. It's not logical at all. But I don't know. I'm not used to using the witch crest. I think there's also something to... I don't like talking about this because it's like the most privileged take in the whole universe. But like, because I can decide what I work on, like I have full freedom to decide what video project I decide to engage in, right? Like nobody else is telling me what to do when it comes to making videos. I think because of that, like, there's this weird pressure where when I choose to make a video about something, I'm kind of choosing not to make all the other videos I could be making. And that choice is on me. Like, there's nobody else making that choice for me. And so, like, it's so easy for me to just see everything I chose to not do. And that's kind of scary to me. And so I'm like, oh shit, I should be doing this instead. This one project that I kind of want to do, that's not important. I should work on something way more important and useful to people than that. I should finally work on the video where I talk about sine and cosine. That's like really useful to people who are starting out. But it's like, but then I'm like, I don't know, that's not super interesting to me, and like there's so many other videos I should be working on, and it's too basic, and like I always find reasons not to work on videos. And I think there's something like more fundamental to it. Well, there's also the fact that like the stuff that I make, because I'm fully the one deciding what to make, I feel like the work that I do reflects on me, the way that I personally see it. So like, if the work I make isn't living up to my standard, then I'm not living up to my standard. And that's scary, like emotionally. And so then it's safer to not do it, right? It's just safer to not do it, because then I won't have to deal with the hurt of disappointing myself. But I know that this is not what would happen in practice, but this is just emotionally the way that it feels to me. And that's enough to make me averse to making videos. And I think the more fundamental thing is that like, I also just don't really enjoy making videos. I think I love researching ahead of videos, and I love making animations, but I don't like making videos. I just don't like making videos. I don't know what it is. Because it's kind of just the final step of putting everything together, but I don't like video editing, and I don't like writing scripts. And that kind of sucks, because like I love doing like everything up until the point of video editing. That stuff, that's my jam. But then making the video is like, ugh, it feels like a thing I have to do rather than a thing I want to do. and I'm super driven by my own motivation. So like if I don't have motivation, it's like near impossible for me to do it. Analysis paralysis? That sounds like what it is, yeah. But then at the same time, I'm like, well, the thing I should do is that I should just hire a video editor. Like that, it's kind of like an obvious thing. But the problem there is that I don't make that much money. I don't, maybe if I can find someone who's like not a very good video editor or someone who's just starting out or whatever, but then it's like I don't fully trust them to do a good job because like they're probably a beginner, like I don't know. And then once again, I'm back to the place of like, well, I could just do it myself. It's not that much time. I should just like, it's not that difficult. I should just edit it myself. And then I don't do it, right? Does giving talks live suffer from the same issues? No, giving talks live is actually a bit of a workaround, which is why like some of the stuff that I do talks about are talks instead of videos. Is because when I do a talk, I am forced to finish it at a specific time, and I've already made a promise to a conference that I'm going to deliver a talk like a few months in advance. And so there's more pressure there, but then there's another problem, which is burnout. Using stress as a motivator is very dangerous for someone who's been burnt out twice. And so that sucks. And so I think the thing that I have to do somehow is that like, okay, if I promise to do a video to a or like a talk for a conference or something, then instead of stressing out over perfectionism, which is effectively my problem, instead of stressing out over, you know, everything has to be perfect, I have to try and lower my own expectations. Like, I have to be okay with things being kind of jank. Because if I'm not, I'm going to be stressing out over it and obsess over details that 99% of people will never care about anyway. This is just like my own personal hang-up over getting everything perfect. Yeah, it's really annoying. And the problem is also that like I know that I can do this. And like it feels so stupid because I'm, in terms of like my position on as a YouTuber, I have a pretty big YouTube channel, and I know that if I just made a few videos that I know that my audience would like, I know that it would go really well. And I know that I can lower my own quality bar without people hating it, you know? But it's so hard for me to do it, and I feel so stupid. It's like, I don't know. I feel like I need a producer or something. I need someone that can like magically push me to finish stuff and get me excited to finish stuff without actually forcing me at gunpoint, you know? That's somehow like burnout aware and like not just a ruthless boss kind of person. But it just feels so dumb. Like yeah, I don't know. It just feels so dumb because it's such a, on paper, I can probably become wealthy. Like, I know exactly what steps I need to take to become wealthy. But like, because it's really boring, because I need to force myself to do certain things that I don't like, it is near impossible for me to do it. I am dying. I don't know. It's frustrating. Okay. Was there a larger point? I forget if I was answering the question. It sounds like ADHD symptoms. Well, I do have ADHD, yes. But it doesn't like solve the problem. like I did start medicating my ADHD, which actually made a huge difference, especially in terms of my burnout. But so like, I don't know, but I'm still like super driven by the things that I enjoy doing, and I think that's a huge weakness for me. And also because this has also been a problem in my like game development career. Like, I think there's a reason I'm now a tool developer and not a game developer. And I think part of that is that if I don't have a challenge, I get bored. If it's too easy, I don't enjoy it anymore. It has to be difficult for me to do it. Like, making the Bezier curve video and making the spline video, I didn't even have those tools when I started making those videos. Like it was a fun challenge for me to make the animation tools just to be able to make those videos. But then once I made those videos, it was like, okay, now I've proven to myself that I can make this type of video and animate them pretty well. And so now I'm kind of like, okay, I'm done with that. I need to do something more difficult. And it kind of sucks that it shuts me out of making things that are easy to make. Because I don't know, if there's an animation or a video idea that I want to make, if it's too easy, it's so hard for me to do it. Because I'm like, I want to force myself to like solve problems. I love solving problems. But if there's no problems to solve, it's just a chore to like do content TM, you know? I don't know, it's really weird. But it kind of looks like the game is lagging on stream. Or maybe it's not. ADHD affects folks even if it's treated. Yeah, that's true. You sound like a researcher at heart. I've actually thought about that. Like, I really do enjoy researching for my videos. That's one of the most enjoyable parts for me. Like, researching and visualizing. I love that. That's like, that's fun for me. Actually, I don't need to use Spell Beast. I don't know why I'm here. Okay, so we need to go to Yarnaby, I think? It is Thor who's meowing in the background. Hey Thor! Hey! Is there any unique dialogue here, actually? When I'm cursed? No, okay, they don't care. Wait, are they leaving? I am currently cursed and busy, so I will not join. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Yeah, so it has actually helped a little bit with the ADHD medication. In terms of like, I'm a little bit more okay being bored when I'm on my meds. And so like, it's a little bit better, but it doesn't really fix the focus of what I'm working on. I'm still like much more drawn to stuff that I'm like intrinsically motivated and interested in. So it doesn't like fundamentally fix the whole thing. Like honestly, like medicating my ADHD has done, it's worked really well for me in terms of my burnout, and socially it's affected me very positively. it used to be the case that like, it used to be the case that whenever I was in a social situation, I just wanted to leave. I just wanted to go home and work on my projects. Like, I had zero patience for other people. And I always felt shitty about that. I always felt like I was kind of like lying to people, that I was like pretending that I wanted to be there and listen to people. But then, the moment I medicated my ADHD, I was kind of fine just hanging out with people. Because like, otherwise, in most of my life, I was always like, I just want to go home. I just want to work on my projects. I'm feeling stressed about my project. I have so many things I want to do in it, and I'm here having to listen to a friend that we're not even that close, and like it's like like I don't know. Like it was always like, I don't know. I would always feel like stressed about that. I'm in the wrong part. I need to go down and left. Don't again. Yeah, it's definitely not like something that fixes everything in your life. Absolutely not. Yeah, one thing that's really weird about medicating, or at least stimulant medication, I don't know how the other ones work, but one really weird thing about stimulant medication is that you kind of get this thing where like your brain is suddenly a lot more quiet and calm, which is nice in terms of like feeling relaxed, and you can kind of like focus on the things that are happening in front of you right now instead of your brain constantly being occupied with the like 500 potential futures that are either a minute or a few hours ahead of you. But when you medicate, those like thoughts about the many potential futures kind of start fading away, and you can focus a lot more on the here and now. But there's kind of like a negative effect of that as well, where like especially when I started the medication, it kind of feels like I have tunnel vision, where like I'm like too focused on the here and now, where I'm honestly like almost like anxious that I'm forgetting something. Like am I supposed to just focus on this moment here and now? Did I forget something that I was supposed to do, or like is there something happening around me that I'm not paying attention to? Like it was a really weird feeling in the beginning. Because my mind wasn't like yapping at me at every single moment anymore. It's just weirdly quiet all of a sudden. And like it can also like worsen, like I don't know what hyperfixation means, why people say that, but like it can sort of worsen fixations on tasks that aren't even important. And that stuff is kind of a really negative, wonky side effect that, I don't know, you can get stuck in stuff like, oh, I need to search for the best kettle to boil water in my kitchen, and then I get stuck for 3 hours doing research on kettles, and then after those 3 hours I'm like, wait, the fuck am I doing? This is pointless. Like why did I spend 3 hours doing this? Oh my god. And then I just have to snap out of it. Like that kind of like, it's kind of like when you medicate your ADHD, your attention becomes sticky. Whereas if you don't medicate your ADHD, your attention is fleeting. It's always pointing at whatever's picking up your sensory systems, right? Do crashes occur when medication wears off? Yeah, it depends a lot on the people, like, and your body. It varies quite a bit, but generally people have crashes, especially if they're on a pretty high dosage. Also depends on the medication. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm not a medical expert. Do not listen to me when it comes to medical advice. You should listen to your doctors. I seem to recall there's a thing where ADHD and autism can to some extent cancel each other out. Yes. It's kind of, it was kind of funny. I was talking to, I had a couples therapist at the time, and I was going through my like triage at that point for, not triage, trial. I don't know, figuring out my dosage. I was going through that when I was like in couples therapy with my partner at the time, and I sort of mentioned it to the therapist. I was like, I just told her that like, you know, this is gonna sound really dumb, and I don't know how to put this any other way, but now that I'm medicating my ADHD, I feel 1,000 times more autistic. Um, and then my therapist, she was like, okay, so this is a thing that actually happens. That ADHD and autism can, to some extent, in some regards, sort of cancel each other out to some extent. And when you medicate your ADHD, your autistic tendencies can kind of resurface in a way that you didn't really notice before. And I very much strongly noticed that. Where, like, I can just, like, sit a whole day just, like, doing math and reading Wikipedia articles on geometric algebra. Like, I'm just, like, having a blast doing that. It's, like, it would be a little bit more difficult to do that when I was not medicated, unless I had some really, really interesting thing that I got stuck in, but like, yeah, it's weird. It's very strange. I think it's been a net good for me, but it's not, like, it's only improved stuff. There's been some issues with it as well.
No! Magina Fora.
I think after I'm done with Silksong, I'm probably gonna play Silksong and do a speedrun or something. I'm curious to do there's like a 5-hour speedrun achievement. I think I want to try to do that at some point. Okay, Yarnaby.
Yanara.
Give me your quest, I suppose. I have both autism and ADHD, and they do not cancel each other out for me. Yeah, I think it depends on, like, a lot of these things are very individual, and it also depends on what aspects of ADHD and what aspects of autism you're talking about. So, I could maybe try Tunic at some point, but I'm not sure. Maybe we'll see. Oh wait, I'm not supposed to get a cure. Oh my god, I almost forgot. I'm supposed to beat the final boss. That's the whole achievement. That's what I was gonna do. Yes, I'm gonna do Cursed Ending. Okay. So can I... Do I still have a Vesticrest? Oh my god, really? Okay, I really don't like the way that this game unequips Compass. Either when you're getting a new crest, or when you're cursed, or when you're jailed. Or maybe the jail is fine, but... Okay, so we need to go... I guess Bell Beast is the easiest way? I'm late diagnosed autistic, and I've always resonated with the way you do things and talk about your passion. One day my partner said, since you resonate with her so much, do you think she might be autistic as well? Oh, yes. It was actually as part of my... It's a whole thing, but like when I got burnt out, it was at the tail end of that, I did the whole evaluation thing for ADHD. And during those, like multiple 3-hour interviews with the people there. They were like, okay, Freya, we don't normally do this, and I need to talk to my boss just to double check, but I think we also need to do an evaluation for autism. Like, super straight-faced. And I was like, okay, alright. And then they did that. No, wait, I don't need money. I'm gonna need that for cure later, but not for the ending. I'm out of tea. I don't think I've seen NJ Wildberger's exposition of Berserkers. Let's see. High Halls probably, right? I remember stumbling across your socials and noticing that you put alt text on all your cat photos and thinking no neurotypical would go to this length. Honestly, that's got nothing to do with my neuroatypicality, I guess. I think that's just from people bullying me for not putting alt text there. And then I feel like I'm the only one who actually went through and did it. And nobody else does it. Sometimes I feel like I'm the only one who also stopped using Twitter, but then I don't know. Let's see. Yes, I go down here and then right, and then... Wait, what am I doing? I can just take the Venture Cut directly to the... Oh my god, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Okay, is there a Vesti crest? Can I, at the very least... No. Okay, I get nothing. I get nothing for this fight. Okay, this might actually be a little bit harder than I thought it would be. I do miss pre-Elon Twitter. It kind of feels like, okay, I don't use Twitter actively anymore, so I don't actually know, but I sort of get the impression that it's not so much that people switched from Twitter to alternatives. Some people did, like me. It seems like it's more so that, like, a lot of people just stopped using Twitter and then didn't start over on any other social media. I sort of got the impression that a lot of people were like, okay, Twitter has kind of become a Nazi hellhole. I'm just not going to use it anymore. What? See, I wanted one of the short ledge sprint frames there. Alright everybody, spoilers. If you're I guess this whole stream is spoilers for this game, so. But this is the final boss for the regular ending of this game. And I'm playing with a cursed crest, or I'm cursed right now, which means that I don't even think I can heal. So this is gonna be a little bit rough. We'll see how this goes. Did I sit at the bench? I stopped using Twitter not because of political reasons, but it's just not a good platform for meaningful discussion. The thing I liked about Twitter is that Twitter had an incredibly broad audience. You had random gamers, you had artists, you had game developers, you had scientists, you had YouTubers, like everybody was on there. And I think that was the thing that was really cool. But now I feel like it's not really the same, and it's full of bots. The bots drive me insane. I don't even know what's real anymore on Twitter, and so I just couldn't. It was really hard for me to care. It's been pretty good on Blue Sky though. The only thing I wish Blue Sky had was just more people. There's people that I kind of miss from Twitter that's not on there, but... Okay. Cursed ending. Attempt number 1. Oh, I'm so used to the Wanderer's Crest. This is such a weird attack. I don't know how to attack with this crest. Oh, I can still just pogo. That's the strat. I found the strat. We're good. We're gonna be fine. No, I thought I had iframes for that. Goddamn. No, I can't heal! Oh my god, I forgot that I couldn't heal. Shit. Ah, jeez. Ah, jeez. I forgot about the healing thing. I forgot. Oh my god. Okay, well, it was attempt number 1, so it's okay to not get it on the first ring. Wait, it's higher than this, right? What? That was a pogo. You heard the tink sound, right? Rude. What do I even get back from this? Oh, rosaries. Okay. Okay. No healing. Gotta remember that this scene. I think the pogo strategy is good though. It doesn't seem like I have a whole lot of invincibility frames during the pogos though. I thought I had more with this crest, but... So I can't really use it to like dodge stuff, I think. The way that I was hoping. Okay, that attack. Is rough. Okay, I also need to pay attention to the things. God, I just feel slower, even though it's just my attacks that are slower. But I feel like Hornet is slower. Would fall down. Isn't she slower with Crest? Is she? Maybe she is actually. I feel slower. But I think it's just the attacks that are slower, right? Should I have a poll of death count for content? Oh no. Can you run polls on YouTube? Otherwise, feel free to start an informal poll. I don't even get to practice my back and forth wall jumping during this one because it's slightly too wide. Okay, is there a better route up where I can like wall climb a little bit more instead? Okay, maybe not. This is the run, you think so? Oh my god. You have more confidence than I do. I'm also gonna lose track of my attempt count, so someone's gonna have to be sure to count. Because I highly doubt it's gonna be 4. Okay, that attack goes pretty low, so I think I just need to stay somewhere in the air, and I think I'm safe. As long as I don't like this, yeah. Okay, so that's actually not too hard. I just need to pay attention to the pins. Too high. Oh my god. No, 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 no. No! Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. There are pulls. Plus. Start a pull. How many options am I allowed to have? Okay, we've done 3 attempts, right? Or 2? Oh my god, I don't even know. You're only allowed to have 4 options. Ranges? What are good ranges? There we go, started a pull. I have no idea how this works, but I click the button. There we go. There's no option for 1 because that would require time travel, and I don't have the ability to time travel yet. Oh god, Lua indexing from 1 is so cursed. I thought it would just be a meme. That it would be annoying, but no, it's actually annoying. Like, it legitimately gets in the way in ways that make program with Lua so annoying. Yet. You know, I gotta keep the options open, you know? Whoa. I did not look at the spikes there. I mean, I made it out fine, but I would have taken damage there. I should have. I deserve to take damage there, actually. Okay, I think I can play this relatively safely. Like, I don't have to stress out about doing damage quickly, which I usually do. I didn't have jump there. Oh my god. Okay. We're fine? Everything's fine? I didn't see those! Oh my god, those were off screen. Jesus. Don't like the off screen daggers. Worst kind of daggers. Okay, phase one. That's dangerous. This fight is honestly almost harder when you have double jump, because you can't do the cloak without double jumping. So it's like if you want to go between the needles or nails or whatever they are, fuck. If you want to like hover between two of them, you have to make a double jump, but you can't jump too high, because then you're gonna hit the top instead of the bottom. But if you could cloak immediately, it's actually easier. I kind of wish I could just like disable double jump here. Attempt 4. Does that mean I've done 4 or that I'm doing attempt 4 now? I'm doing attempt 5 now, right? Remember to use the claw line? Oh yeah, I forgot about the claw line. If I die during the platforming section, does that count as an attempt? I'm gonna say no, I don't think that should count. Because that's an attempt at something else, you know? Doesn't count, but you lose 4,000 gamer creds. Okay, yeah, that's also bad. That's good to know. Okay. Wrong button. I'm playing so carefully right now. It requires all of my attention because I don't usually play carefully. That was close. No. That was like my toe. You bastard. That was lucky. Holy shit. The off-screen daggers are rough. No. Oh my god. Oh no. I'm also like one mask shard away from having another mask. But maybe I should have like gotten that one mask shard. Yeah. Yeah, I do use clawline a lot in other fights, but for some reason when I'm using this crest, I feel like I can't use it. I don't know why. I think it's because I want to play super carefully, and my usual way of fighting, I do use clawline a lot, but it feels very chaotic. And it's going to be very easy to like accidentally jump into the pins that are flying all over the place. I feel like it's kind of dangerous to be airborne. Because I become kind of locked in depending on my double jump state and whether I still have a dash. Maybe it's still safe though. Or I just need to find the right moments to use it. It's not too bad using it there. What? Whoa, whoa, okay, I thought I was taking damage. What is the challenge? Completing the game while cursed. I'm sure chat can explain what cursed means. That was close. What? These are way shorter of a lead up. Am I in secret phase 1.5? I'm so stupid. I mistimed my dumb ADHD inputs, and now I'm dead. I'm facing the consequences from my dumb inputs. The meds are wearing off. The meds are wearing off. That's it. I'm gonna blame my medication. Rock moment. Exactly. Ripperino. But hey, it's relatively steady. We're getting somewhere. First option in the poll is now out. Alright. Yeah, that one with double jump is harder because you can't just start hovering when you're in the right spot. You have to do like an extra little jump. So like the input complexity is higher when you have double jump. The attack speed is so low with this crest. Oh my god. Can't even use the flea brew. Jesus, okay. I didn't even know they could do that. Only horizontal attacks in a squeeze. No! Yeah, starting the hover for the second one is risky. You kind of need to plan much faster for the second hover during those double doubles. Okay, I'm just gonna not do anything. I'm not gonna spam buttons, just a bare minimum to survive. There we go. Okay. We got one free hit. I'm not gonna get greedy. It's okay to not beat the boss quickly. It's not a speedrun. I just need to complete the fight. I don't need to be stressed about it. It's chill. We can just hang out. Ideally not get damaged in the process. Can you? That was a kind web. Thank you. Do more like that, please. Oh god, this pogo is not nice. I don't know how to pogo spikes with this crest. No off-screen stuff, please. We got a good pattern. More nice patterns, please. No! Oh god, I didn't have my double jump. Did I spend my double jump? I don't remember pressing the double jump button. God damn. Okay. Do you want to know something about the spikes? Nope. I'm good. You can hit the spikes to make them drop down. Oh. I honestly worry that if I try to do that, I'm gonna fuck it up more than I succeed. So like, it's kind of like my strategy for Savage Beastfly. Like, I tried staying on the platforms on the ground, but it honestly made it more difficult, so I just decided to fight in the air because I kept running into lava. And so I feel like if I attempt to do something near the ground, my contact damage magnetism is just gonna delete me even faster. Really? Okay, I also have to be low to the ground, I guess. Why didn't you tell me the first time? Wow, that was risky. Okay, the stun saved me there. I would have gotten hit by those otherwise. Whoop! I just used the claw line to stall in the air, which I kind of forgot that I even could do. I guess that's useful. No! I thought I was in a good spot there. Oh, thank you. Good parry. Okay, I'm one hit away from death. That's not optimal. I should try to not be one hit away from death. Okay. Alright. Okay. Valid. Fair. But that's okay. We just have to try again. Oh yeah, I forgot that you can run up walls. Oh my god. Why do I even try? Why do I even what? Oh my god. That I saw that from a mile away. I should just not try. Bad idea. Alright, GMS. This is it. This is the one. I know how to do this now. I just learned the air stall with the tool that I forgot what it was called because my brain is thinking right now. Claw line, that's it. Oh, the double already. Okay. No, I did. I should not jump during those. That is instant death. Jesus. Okay, those were close. Okay. That worked out. Did not think that would work out, but it did somehow. Whoa. Okay, we're good. We're extremely good. Super safe. Everything is super predictable and fine. Okay, stop pressing buttons. Focus. Just do minimal amounts of movement required. Get the free hit. I didn't get the free hit. It's over. This one is not it. Ooh. No! I didn't see those! Were those off screen? I feel like my game dev commentary has slipped. I haven't talked about game dev perspective or game design with this boss at all. They weren't off screen, they were in rocks. Ugh. My nemesis. Visual clutter. What? Okay, here's... No, I'm not going to be able to talk about that. I'm going to do that during the next run back. Remind me to talk about my opinions on this boss on the run back. Can these little pins go away? Kind of obstructing my column. Really? I thought I would had enough headroom there. No! I was on the backside of that. That was risky. I should not have jumped there. I dashed in the wrong direction. Dashed in the wrong direction. Oh, talking about the boss. So, one thing that I don't really like about the Grandmother Silk is that I feel like kind of came out of nowhere. I feel like the first boss in... Actually, I feel like... So, GMS, this boss, I feel like it kind of comes out of nowhere. There's no build-up to the character of Grandmother Silk, I feel like. I mean, to some extent there is in, like, the lore tablets and whatnot. But, like... It's like... I don't know, it just felt like it came out of nowhere. We don't know anything about this villain. It's like, I don't know, it just feels like a big threat that's kind of depersonalized in some way. And I was not a huge fan of that. But then the true ending boss, you do have a connection to, which is kind of the opposite of the way it was in the first Hollow Knight. In the first Hollow Knight, the regular ending last boss had like huge amounts of emotional weight, and it did a massive build-up throughout the whole game. Even the title of the game refers to it, right? But then the true ending boss in the first Hollow Knight kind of feels like Grandmother Silk, where like, I don't know, it's this big entity you haven't really heard anything about, and it's like, oh yeah, sure, I guess this is the villain we're doing now. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't really like that. I don't really like it when big boss villains, especially when they're so like near the end, I feel like it's nice when it has more emotional weight. Like the true ending final boss in Silksong and the regular ending final boss in the first Hollow Knight. Those are really good. Especially the first Hollow Knight. I don't like that double squeeze move. Okay, I was short enough. I was not fast enough. No! Okay, I feel like her daggers are so fast sometimes. Or maybe it's just that they start while off screen and I don't see the moment they start launching. No! Why did I press heal? Got the free hit. That means this is the run. Never mind. I don't think those free hits are related to the success of a run. That's my current theory. GMS has been exploited for Silk by the factions and Weavers, I think. Yeah, like I sort of get that there is a connection to the lore, but it felt like it was not presented enough for you to care that much about, like, GMS as a character. But like, in the first game, the regular final boss, you do have a lot more of an emotional investment in that. And the same thing goes for the true ending boss in Silksong. That boss, you have a ton of emotional investment. So I'm not a huge fan of the bosses that you don't really know, even though they do have some kind of lore connection, but it feels so like you have more of a personal connection with the other bosses, where I do like those boss fights. That was close. That was a clutch double jump. Oh my god. Not the burger. Okay, we're good. We're fine. I'm calm. Everything's great. allowed to jump, I hope. Unless there's like this sudden, like, lateral rock out of the blue that's gonna kill me because I pressed the jump button. Well, that attack. I just disagree. That should not have hit me. GMS. But there's rocks! I can't go where there's rocks! Oh my god, you can't just force me to go there. Whoa. Oh, you actually have a lot of time to just hit those. Ooh, those were very close together. Things are off screen. I don't like off screen stuff. Don't do off screen stuff. The rocks are very close. No! I think I was so close there. Oh, I don't think I was that far from getting it. Oh, damn, that was so close. I think I was close. I am making good progress, I feel like. So I'm pretty sure the second phase is about as many hits as the first phase. Because my intuition started telling me that I was close. I honestly kind of like that about Hollow Knight. The fact that you don't get health bars, you kind of have to intuit how close you are based off of like staggers and phases. I think that's kind of neat. Okay, I need to put something in my mouth. Probably food, but I don't have any snack food, so I'm gonna just get some chocolate. I'll be right back. Have you heard of Octonians before? Yes. I haven't really found an interesting use case for them though, so I haven't looked into them much. Most recently, I was looking into dual quaternions. And specifically dual quaternion splines, which was really interesting to like try. Because that's like one of those things that I've literally never seen a dual quaternion spline. And so I wanted to implement it to see like what would it even look like? Like what would a dual quaternion B spline look like, or a dual quaternion Capable Rom spline? And it's really cool. Oh, now I got chocolate. That means I'm gonna win in like at least 3 attempts or something. Or the chocolate is going to distract my brain. Alright. Genetically modified silk. Let's do this. Yep, that's fine. I didn't need that mask anyway. That mask is for losers. And I'm not a loser. I'm like the champion of Barloom. No! I disagree. What? Really? I feel like I didn't jump that high. Do they redirect? Did one of the nails slightly tilt downwards when I wasn't looking? Extremely rude. Just extremely rude. Oh, hold on. There, I need to help Salad over the gate again. Okay, chocolate number 2. Last pull option remaining. Alright. Am I gonna lose the pull? Because if I run out and go outside of the last one, then I lose. Jesus Christ. Salad. Oh my god. Can Salad like make a decision on which side of the gate he wants to be at? What the fuck? No! Why did my double jump go that high? I did not get hit by that one. I was clearly outside of it. Or did I get hit by contact damage there? Oh, you're just given time to hit those. Those were nearly off screen. Okay, can you get over here instead? Thank you. The rocks! The rocks. I thought the rocks were done. I was just paying attention to the nails, daggers, needles, pins. I don't even know what it is. Pins, I think. Why do I keep doing that? I keep trying, I keep thinking, I have the Wanderer's Crest, I'm fine, I know how to pogo, but I simply cannot. I don't even know how to wall jump anymore. Okay, are we on 16 now? Is this attempt 16? How are we even at 16 attempts? Jesus. Alright, Professors, thanks for joining. See you next time. No thanks. Okay. I got a weird amount of height there. Did not count on that. And I was just slow in that case. Okay. That one barely counts. That's like 0.5 of an attempt. Should get the scuttle brace just to do this faster. Putting pins in there. No! Ah, the pogo tossed me around. Okay, phase 2. If this boss had contact damage, I would never be able to finish this. Jesus, that was close. No, 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 no. The moment I did that claw line, I saw the maligning lining up to murder me. Oh my god, I was close that time. I'm pretty sure I was close that time. I think now we're on 17. This is attempt number 17. Don't poke at that. Is there a nicer way to get up here? Spikes on that side. Just don't poke at that, you know? What? Okay. Okay. We're making progress. It's relatively steady progress. I feel like it's not, I'm not too inconsistent. I think we got this. Hopefully, maybe. That one already landed. Why did I take damage from something that was already landed? Like, it was already pinning the ground. Clearly it didn't hit me. Right? I think? I need to rewind the VOD. Well, I can't rewind because I'm in the stream, right? Phase 2. I don't know if eye trackers would help that much because you're using your peripheral vision quite a lot for stuff like this. Close this. What? No, there's still rocks. Stagger, that's good. No! I didn't know there would be 3 attacks. Maybe there's always 3 attacks in this phase there. Okay, I got lucky on that one. Are you serious? Were the spikes retracting? Did I die because I accidentally walked onto spikes that were on their way out of the arena? But they just had to do one last deed before they left the universe. God damn. Are we outside the range of the top end of the pole now? I forget what I put as the maximum. Max is 20? Oh boy, okay. That means I lose soon. Unless this is the run. Maybe this is the run, you know? There's got one of the runs has got to be it. So clearly it's looking good this time around. Okay, I got lucky with that one. Thanks for the stagger. Salad. Oh my god. You doofus. You can't just keep on jumping the gate. I'm playing video game. Yeah. I'm playing video game. It's dangerous to be far away from the ground. Wah! 3! I cannot heal. That was just muscle memory. Trying to heal. That rock was outside its designated zone. That rock? That's like an OSHA violation. Not a safe workplace. There were regions that were clearly delineated as safe regions, and yet that rock decided to just like take matters into their own hands and do whatever they thought was good. Okay. Okay. Rock moment. Exactly. Woo! Close. Ooh, that was risky, but it worked out, so it's okay. It's not about your strategy, it's about whether you succeeded. That's how you know you got a good plan. That was rude. That was rude. To do all this and not even get the achievement for it is rude. Am I not gonna get the achievement? I'm gonna get the achievement, right? I have no reason to believe I wouldn't get it. Ow! You have a mod installed? Does that disable achievements? Ow. Because I mean, I could just disable the mod. It's not like I'm making use of any of my mods right now. Okay, so is there a mod detection? Because I can probably just disable it, right? And if so, what does it count as a mod? Like, if I disable the mods in the mod loader? You're fine, you should still get achievements. Oh, okay, good. So it'd be annoying if I had to like move a bunch of files and whatnot. What? No, that... it's fine. I'm fine. I know how to dodge these things right now. Ooh, that one would have actually hit me if I was all the way to the right. I bounced off of the wall and I survived anyway? Oh my god. See, sometimes running headfirst into things is actually a valid strategy. You're more invested in this than your own playthrough. Well, I'm glad you're feeling invested in this very dumb challenge. Okay, there's gonna be spikes. We don't like spikes. We've been killed by spikes before. Okay, we're making progress. All I need to do is not fuck it up by jumping into rocks. Who knows that rocks? That's usually the problem. Or spikes. Sometimes these pins as well. But it's kind of limited to just that. Also that attack sometimes. Did we do it? Oh shit, we did it. Oh my god, I don't even know what attempt this was. I lost count. We're getting the cursed ending. First try. Exactly. Oh, I did get the achievement. Hell yeah. Twisted Child. Defeat Grandmother Silk while cursed. It is truly a cursed setup to not have any of your charms and not your favorite quests. Hell yeah. Whew. Nice plant slash hornet scream. Yeah, it's really nice. It's like super ominous. I like it. Neat. We did it. I wasn't sure if I would be able to do it. Especially because like I haven't collected all the masks that I could have collected up until this point. I also Yeah, I didn't upgrade my needle either. I was, well, I've done one upgrade, I think. No, 2? I'm on needle 2, I think. So I talked to the pin master first, and then I gave him the pale oil. But I didn't do the courier stuff, or the gourmand quest. And then there's the last one from the flea caravan. Yeah. So I was on needle 2. Oh, do I get a new menu? And thanks for the GGs. And thanks for joining me throughout this hellscape of an attempt. How many attempts was it? Because I lost count. We were somewhere near 18. Was it exactly 20? Don't think I have the patience for curse standing, but this might inspire me on the next playthrough. Yeah, I think it's easier if you have access to the last boss when you get the curse, so you don't have to like fight other bosses while cursed. Or at least I wanted to make sure to do that. 29 hours. Damn. There's also stuff you can do to make it easier, like you can collect all the masks, except for the last one. You can collect thread spools, and you can upgrade your nail. At least to nail 3? Maybe even nail 4, actually. No, probably not nail 4. But nail 3, you can. So I was down 1 nail upgrade, and 2 masks, I think? So that would also help. Yeah. Hell yeah. New menu. I got the reroute. Speedrunning achievement next. Well, I mean, I kind of wanted to do true ending on stream as well. Is there an achievement for getting true ending while cursed? Freya speedrun arc? I don't know if I'd be good at speedrunning. I don't think I would be. You know what I've considered though? Since I've been modding Silksong, I don't know why I'm talking with chocolate in my mouth. Actually, because I wanted chocolate. That's why. What if, instead of a speedrun, you know, in a speedrun, the goal is to minimize time. Finish the game with as little time as possible, right? But what if you minimize distance instead? So it's like you can't call it a speed run. You can't call it a distance run. I don't know what the speed equivalent is for a distance run. Interval run? I don't know. Whatever the word would be. I wonder what that would be like. Half a press type run? Yeah. A lazy run? Like Portal's least steps challenges? Exactly. Except in Portal, it was kind of annoying because there was always that strategy that you could like fall through a portal over and over again, and your camera would like flip all the time to kind of avoid steps all the time, which was kind of annoying. Geodesic run? Exactly. Yeah, I was thinking like maybe I can just like kind of hijack the auto splitter that's doing it for time, but instead I just pass the distance into it. So it'll read like 0 H and then like 2400 M and then 0 S. So it just measures in meters and pretends it's minutes. Yeah, I wonder what that would be like. I wonder what that would be like. Maybe it's super uninteresting, but I'm kind of curious if there's like some strategies that are super, super powerful. Like obviously during boss fights, you're gonna want to stand as still as possible, right? What's a meter in Silksong? I'm not sure yet, but I could check. I would assume they largely overlap with the speedrunning route. Probably. That's kind of my worry as well, that it might just be the same route, in which case it's not super interesting. But you do have the advantage that you can stand still for a very long time. And there's no loss there. So like, you can walk in and out of a room to respawn enemies and like grind an enemy. Probably for quite a long time without moving. You can use Garama to get enemies to move towards you instead of you moving towards the enemy. I feel like there's some strats here. Ooh, you know what? It would actually be more interesting if it is more akin to measuring steps. Because then you can pogo to avoid having to walk. That would be the lazy run. Like, what would the lazy run be? Where you want to walk as little as possible. That would actually be an interesting run, I think. Because then you have to pogo all the time, and I love pogoing. It could work. Constantly be jumping too. That might get a little bit old, I suppose. Or no, probably not. I think it's probably fine. Because it's not like you're walking that far across like huge distances. It could work. Oh, I randomly thought of another thing. I don't know why I got so interested in modding Silksong now. I guess because it's a good game and I can do it. But like, it would be kind of cool if there was a replay system for speedrunners. So like, when you're doing a speedrun, you can see your previous run running next to you. I think that would be kind of cool. And it's not even hard to make. Like, I could just make that. And then speedrunners could like run side by side their previous attempts. I think that would be super cool. So I was considering like, maybe I should just make that. So you're kind of like racing yourself. I think it's also like kind of a nice thing for it's kind of a nice thing for viewers as well, because time splits are sometimes like very like coarse. They're not super granular, so sometimes it's hard to tell like if you're doing better or worse until you get to a split. The issue would be if you're late by a room or more. Runs can go a complete different route. I think that's okay. I mean, I could also do something like it would show the trail of the previous run as well. So if you're behind, you always see the path you took last time or something. Please do. I'm your biggest fan. I'm Japanese. I'm in Tokyo. I'm watching this while remote working. I just wanted to say hi. My name is Tada. Hello, Tada. And I learned shader from you. I am really glad you were able to learn shaders. That's cool. All I need is a mod to pet Ada and Sasa. That would be cool as well. That's true. Speedrunners could publish their ghost routes? Yeah, exactly. Like you can just share them. Or like try running against a speedrunner. Like a professional one. And then feel performance anxiety. Yeah, I might look into this. This is where I just pivot my entire YouTube channel to Silksong content. That's my future. I'm gonna give up on math. I'm gonna give up on game development. I'm just gonna mod Silksong now for 10 years. Alright. This was fun. We did the cursed ending. I didn't think we would do it today, but we did. Are there any questions or anything else before I head off? What's your shirt? This shirt is a Future Games shirt. It's a game development school. I don't know how readable it is on stream. Future Games, GP20, which is a Games Programmers 2020. And the shirt has a bunch of quotes from teachers, including me, which is kind of funny. So the students basically made a shirt where they put some of their favorite quotes that they had from all their teachers throughout their year. You're nothing a standardized quote? I think so. Probably. Oh yeah. Nothing is consistent and everything is garbage. That was the quote that they picked for me. Do they have 2 quotes actually? Oh yeah, they do have 2 quotes. The other one is, everything is trash, it's just about finding the right trash for you. Truly, truly inspirational words. Have you looked at any of the 3D Silksong mods where they mess with the layer depths? I've seen a few where you can like kind of move the camera freely. But that's about it. Was recently battling with different Axes conventions with Blender and OpenCV. Nice. Hell yeah. Axes. I love those. That's actually a video I've been wanting to make. About Axis conventions. And what games usually do for Axis conventions in like proprietary engines. So I'm kind of curious about that. I don't actually know. Like I don't know what's up in Skyrim. I don't know what's up in Grand Theft Auto. I'm kind of curious, so I would consider making a video about that. To like explore what's out there, and also what's correct, and my opinion on it. Any interest in making anything in Godot? Not right now, just because I have projects in Unity that I wanna finish. But I've been curious about Godot, but I'm so like invested in Unity at this point, so like I need a really good reason to not use Unity. So right now I'm using Unity still. But I might switch to Godot at some point if I need to. I would just prefer not to. I would prefer it if Unity doesn't explode. Alright. It is very late. I need to start heading to bed. Thank you all so much for joining. This was fun. Why am I getting frame drops? Hold on. No, now it's smooth, maybe? No, no, there's some judder. Weird. With the input circle is fine. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Anyway, thank you all so much for joining. If you want to join my Discord community, there's links on my YouTube channel. I should probably post them in chat, but I'm too lazy to do that. So feel free to go to my Discord if you want to hang out. It's mostly a Discord full of game developers. I don't usually stream gaming, so this is kind of not something I usually do. So don't expect like a gaming community, but it's a game dev community. Otherwise, I'm gonna go hang out with my cats and start heading to bed. And we're probably gonna do true ending next, I believe. So I'm gonna continue streaming a Silksong to get true ending, because that'd be fun. All right. Thank you all so much for joining. I will see you all next time. Have a good night. Have a good evening. Good morning. Good everything. Just have a good. I'm looking for the button. There it is. Okay, there we go.